saisin sitä mitä silloin en kehdannut la 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 la. Rinnoista sua saisin, kun ei ne piilossa tahtoneet tra la la la. Sä olit sopivasti saisin. Tin tin di 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 di. Din din di 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 di. Du 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 du. Na 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 na.
Hei, kukas kissa se sinä olet? Tiedätkö mitä tapahtuu nyt? Kaiken tämän päivän oleilun päätteeksi. Ja kokeilen nyt, jos mä saisin striimattua. sua, mut mä voin vähän ravitututtaa sua. Noin. Näin. Me voidaan käydä yöseikkailulla myöhemmin. You.
Ta-da! Let's hope it works now. Oh wait, just a second. Alright, now we are back, perhaps. Let's see. We might be back. As you might have been able to tell, we have improved our production values or the production quality by quite much during the last 24 hours. For example, we have switched to a different audio interface. Of course, you can't really see that, but that's something. We have rebooted our router to give us a chance to connect using 5 gigahertz network again, which should help with some network issues that we have had. And the only thing we have not really improved upon relates to the fact that the stream automatically started some half an hour early, but I hope that you have enjoyed all the background noises that might have been audible for the last minutes. Mostly consisted of me singing, at least hopefully so, and talking to the cat. Not very bad quality content that either, but not exactly what I had in mind when I thought that this might be the day to do some streaming. So now we are alive for reals. At least that's the service promise that we have to offer. It's just a while. let's see. Alright, but welcome all. Friends and visitors, people of the past, present and the future. The way we are going to start the stream is similar to the one we had the last time. Now that we are actually really online, and by our friend, thanks to our friend Zura, we have a new arena build order that might give us a chance to, if followed really carefully, to surprise our opponents with siege tower archers rush, and we will see that through and try to make notes so that eventually, not today, not in the coming 2 weeks presumably, but during some short-term, not too distant future, we should be able to take a few hints from that and try to play as well as possible according to the plan. Now we also have the camera should be working. Whoa. And I hope that you can tell that we have been building the studio for quite some time now in order to make all of this possible. We might also be in or at the level where we are actually able to communicate using the chat, but there are so many new things. Let's see how many, if any of those, end up working. And today I also learned that there has to be some sort of shortcut or keyboard clicking or hacking or pressing way to start the streaming, or then it's of course a very possible thing that all the cat is the one who has done the actual decision that it's time to go online. People are waiting. There aren't too many quality streamers online. I checked a few that I'm following and was happy to see that there are few people to choose from, even if only sticking to Age of Empires 2. So please take a look elsewhere as well. There are good people around. And I only have one bad cat with me, so a nasty cat. So internet is is way better place than the real life, it seems. And now we have shown this nice list of achievements that we are trying to aim at. But let's start with the arena. Arena plan. And just a second. Let's see if everything works. Ta-da! Slow-mo start. We have 2 houses. It's very exciting. And and by the way, Ella Pepper 90, thank you for your follow. I didn't notice that in the heat of the moment, but this must have happened during the last stream or near the end of that. But if you happen to be online or are following us really carefully via the recordings, then appreciate it. And what have we here is a very general 5 villagers so far. Scouting around the map. Now this is as per Zura. You may remember, if you have been watching carefully for the last Aeons, that, so referring to the last time, yesterday or the day before, he played around with the idea of building Ethiopians start for arena, and we still have 5, oh no, okay, 6 on food and now 2 on boot. And after managing to do that and test it out a few times with the AI, we still haven't heard about the success stories on ranked ladder. Hopefully in the future that is something that will change, but this is also something that was practiced against AI, so we are not too interested in the opponent's approach. Okay, so 10th villager built the house and then carried on to the wood, so now we have 5 there altogether and 6 on the town center still. Dun 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 dun. Very clever. Deer pushing commences. It's only 4 minutes, but the AI is already scouting the walls. So perhaps they have pushed their deer. At least one or two of them. So they do know the. Oh no! I wasn't supposed to do that. So they do know the game. And meanwhile, 6 villagers, yes, still working there. And now we have 2. Okay, 6 for food, 6 for wood, and then the mill. Sounds easy enough so far. 662, I can remember that. But now what Zura was aiming to do was more generalized approach for other civilizations with less suitable civilization bonuses. And we are very happy that he's done the work, because now we have fewer excuses for not executing this strategy ourselves. Okay, still 6 there. And after we had 2 people there, we went for the boar and also got the house down. 662, but then more people go for the berries, and the boar person stayed, and now that we created the 19th villager, he also stayed under the town center and then went on for the boar. Okay. So 20 people we have, or 20 villagers. Scout could be important as well, but still we have 2 boars. All the deer are eaten. We only had 3 here, so none are left for future use, as Zura discussed earlier. Since the map may spawn 3 or 4 deer. So now we have 9 on food under the town center and 3 people collecting gold. And up we go with 23. Okay, so the last 3 people go for gold. 662 boar berries. And then we should get a few extra people, like the boar bringers and 1 extra villager under the town center to collect all the herdables aside the boars and the beer. Oh, when did we lose the? Oh no, it was yes 662 and then 3 more for berries. Yes, we can do this. Simple mathematics. Might take some practicing and thinking and clear mind to pull it off, but still, we should be able to do it. Building the range right next to the relics, so not very good in case we ever face a castle age civilization whose strategy is to get in the relics, but hopefully by the time they are out of the walls, the siege tower already appeared, so the surprise element is already gone. And now loom, we have 24 villagers, so the loom might have made sense earlier too, but if the scout has discovered the path and the scouter keeps mental note should any wolves appear, for example, so that we can walk past them, then the only opposition we can face is the opponent's scout. Which could still be very deadly, of course, without having a villager with loom and a scout to protect. So we still have 24 villagers. We were able to create 1 more and a loom. We have little idle time, but are fast forwarding to get enough wood. Or trying to rush to get more wood. 1 farm, splendid, and we have attack bonus. Why is this? Misclick? No, we didn't need to rush that. Okay, we are selling 100 stone. We are selling both hundreds of stone that we had begin with 4 farms, so as soon as like all the people, hold on now. Okay, so out of the 9 people we had under the town center at the point when we are 24 villagers, 1 is here doing the alright, yeah, we needed market in order to sell the stone to get enough gold, right? So that's why we have forward market here, alright? And the barracks is built home so that we can build the archer range as soon as possible, because we are already queuing archers. 13 minutes and we have 2 on the field and 2 in the queue. Alright, but at this stage we only have 8 people here because one of the extra villagers has gone to cold and the other one went to build the forward buildings. But otherwise this is like stable enough. So once the herdables are all eaten, then we move to the nearby woods and build farms with the villagers as soon as we can afford to do that. Now the forging was probably a misplay or misclick, so just to ensure that we will fight, we will win the scout fight if it comes to that. Could be that there's a strategic reason for that, but I don't expect Zura to be around just now to confirm that. Let's see if he mentioned something. a moment. Let's see how that goes. Alright, but this seems simple enough in a sense. So, of the foragers, we will send them to cold as soon as the berry bushes run out. Okay, so that's also a very simple move to make. Since I'm not too optimistic about my abilities to do slight adjustments to villagers if they are very complex. Like now we will move 2 extra villagers for the sheep for the for 30 seconds and then click them to the nearby straggles to get just enough food to then blah blah blah. So this seems simple enough in a good fashion. Forward market also means that the villager has less idle time if possible. This we needed for the gold. Now we are banking 200 gold, so yeah, but not for long because but we are also doing iron casting. So there has to be something behind this. If it's not by habit, then what? Now it's scouted, but being AI, we don't expect them to. But do they react to this somehow? No, at least not now. They don't. But here's the thing, like, of course, AI. I don't think this is like the hardest extreme AI or anything of that sort. But being able to click up earlier than your opponent is of course very valuable thing. I don't think I managed to do that on Arena usually, if ever. So it's more often than not it's the other way around, and when I finally am planning on arriving with this forward aggression, there are already Thousanders and perhaps a castle in place. But since we are slowly decreasing in our elo, that means that we should eventually face an opponent who doesn't have too clean of a build, so that we should be able to approach them before they have everything perfectly in order. But let's see, now we have 11 on wood. Okay, so we stayed with 4 farms, and after we had the rest of the villagers went to the nearby forest. We are still using only 1 lumber camp. We haven't done any wood upgrades, saving a bit there, and we have 9 on gold. 11 for 9. Alright, and we are soon to have 10 villagers. Sorry, 10 archers on the field. Now I'm curious to see when the university and the ballistics come in soon enough. But here I'm expecting that this iron casting, if it wasn't a misclick, then it's something where we can save a bit, because it only affects melee units attack. So at least against an AI, it is very well planned castle. Like if opponent has cold forward like this, then like doing mental notes, it would make sense to try to read the map and know that if they can be kept out of the cold, then this should be a game very soon. Unless they have like huge boom behind and they are able to mass the scouts or something. But still, playing without cold is that much harder. So that these reinforcements were very timely added. And the execution is really clean, I would say. So now, at this stage, of course, ballistics is on the way, and now this would be a good position to carry on building villages, for example. It like depends on the situation. Now the game is of course won due to this very clever strategy that the AI couldn't adapt against. Well, they weren't too much off, like, because they started this long distance stone mining, perhaps due to the fact that there was a group of production buildings on the field. Could be, but if this castle happened 2 minutes earlier, then the archers wouldn't have gotten as much value. Or at least there would be more ways for our AI opponent to get back to the game. But well, I'm excited to see how this plays out. So we had six people working here, collecting food to begin with. Then we got 6 to collect wood, 2 for the berries, and then few boars, and then more people to the berries. Meanwhile, 23 villager up. Was it like that? Let's verify it. Hold on. Before we do that, perhaps it's a prompting to do to verify how the game ends. Just to see if the iron casting comes into play at any stage. Well, Sviatoslav is very hesitant to call it quits, having 0 units and not enough food to produce anything. I think this is the kind of playstyle that I'm trying to achieve one of these days. But this is weird, because usually I feel that the AI player resigns a tad faster than they did now. Perhaps they have some sort of like additional variations on arena, that so long that the walls aren't breached, then there's always chance or something like that. Alright. But can we now just jump to check the feudal click. Okay, 6 on food, 6 on wood, and then we have more berry people. 2 on there, then the boar. Additional villages go to the berries and are even distributed nicely. And then we created 1 extra villager. Have 10. So few extra villagers. Right. 7th, 8th, and 9th, and then 2 villagers go for the gold. And 3 villages to the gold. Okay, so the last 3 after 20 go for that. There's barracks, and now we are left with 8 villagers gathering food, and the brave villager leaves. Loom could be nice, but let's see. Now, if we skip forging, costs 150 food, 150, something like that. Food, and then the other attack upgrade as well. Then we will save some food and gold, so we can continue the villager production come Castle Age. But all in all, let's see if we have what it takes to play with this. And thanks to the swift attention or the swift reply of Zura, he was able to perhaps educate me and then you as well, that being Magyar's player, these upgrades, forging and iron casting, come instantly once you get to the next age. So no resources spent there, which some more educated caster could have known. But well, hey ho, what do you know? Now we are all that much more wiser. So there's very little, very few places where we could try to save some resources, so we are not trying to do that. Alright, but thanks for Zura for seeing the effort. Just give a proper shout out so that you can check his work now and later, why not? 2, I don't think it's going to change, at least not to a verse. This is the second. Alright. Now it's up to us to try to remember any of these details that we were so no, this isn't right. Okay, just a second. We still have our game running. Alright, we don't. Okay. Well, crash me once and just a second, and we will try to get back on track. Now, just a few days ago when we were last streaming, it was probably due to my exhaustedness and tiredness and all that, but very few things seemed to go our way back then. Of course, that's also thanks to our opponents when it comes to Age of Empires gameplay, but things like scene changes, for example, were very, very difficult to do properly. And there are some similarities here. Ta-da! But last time was even worse. So no worries. Let's quickly verify that we are still audible and good to go in that sense too. Since we have had issues that we are not expecting to return anytime soon, but still. So now the good thing is that we should have a very solid build order. 6 on food, 6 on wood, couple on berries, few to catch or pet the boars, and then 1 extra to gather food, then the rest for gold. No. The extra for berries. Meanwhile, the extra 4 berries, and then the rest of 20, the last 3 villagers on gold. And then we shall see how things go. Of course, there's a chance that we don't get to play arena right away, but now we at least have a fun strategy to try to play with in case we land on arena and don't get Ethiopians to play with. And it's fun to just as a remark, it's fun to see how sleeping and eating affects one's not only the general well-being but also the capabilities when it comes to remembering things and perhaps executing things too. So it's, well, I'm trying to say it's all that easier to execute if you are hungry and really angry due to that. Then even a really small pun might be enough for a royal person or some other people to shout off with their heads. Alright, last time we played MegaRandom we had 2000 to start, which we hadn't prepared at all ever. So this time it can't be worse because now we have 1 game under our belt. And we get to play Ethiopians. What are the odds? Oh no. But we also get way more people than we perhaps hoped for. 1 extra house not needed, but there we have it. And let's see how the game looks like. Good luck, have fun. And Matsrabenstein replies accordingly, which is a very nice thing to do. So 7 villagers under the Townsend now. And what are the specialties of this map? One might wonder. Oh, there's a boar. Okay, let's try to get that. Now usually I would like to play with we still don't need house, we shouldn't need any additional houses, so a mill it is. So unlike with some other civilizations, the course of action expected would be that Ethiopians might want to go, extra sheep, you'll get that. Ethiopians might want to play with the archers, so we may not be able to surprise our opponent there. Is there another, there's a patch of deer, but do we have an additional boar by any chance? And who are we playing against? Matsrabenstein as the Sicilians, so they have an access to the nice power, which names will shortly come to my mind, I presume. Few extra villagers, perhaps. Dungeon, yes, it's the building. So instead of towers they do have that, but would they want to, based on the score, they might be trying to find us as we speak. Well, don't know. Don't know for sure. Well, we didn't find another boar, as of yet at least. So let's hope that that's not going to bite us. Perhaps the deer push is finally coming to an end. No, not quite. Okay. And then few villagers and a loom is what we will do. Good. Okay, let's go verify our opponent's whereabouts. And did we lose a sheep? Possible, even if not too likely, perhaps. Since we haven't seen them around. Alright. Nice lumber camp. Just so happens that we got a neat one. Okay. Would we want to spend some resources on? Perhaps we can afford that. Ooh, our scouts reveal that they are walling themselves in. Okay, then we will not spend too much time on defensive structures. Cut that after you are done, you can carry on with the ever important task of building farms. Well, my mistake. Okay. Let's do the loom, just lest us forget. Tea and gold. We got inside, but nice walls they have. Okay. So we will not spend too much time here building archers. Instead, we will try to get to the next age as soon as possible. We can only wonder what sort of curious ideas they have. And they are hatching. Okay, we'll borrow a few extra villagers and then we can probably just try to buy our way to the next age. Oh no. There we go. And after the villagers. Oh, but we were. Okay. So close. Could be that they are carrying just enough, but. Oh no, 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 you weren't supposed to go there. That doesn't hurt us too much. We should be very close to reaching the castle age, and we will get an upgrade for. Okay, well that's good, but perhaps we will try to create just a few knights, for example. So But then again, we would really much like to have some stone, for example. Perhaps we can find some from there. Because now they are very cleverly trying to distance us from getting any. That would be beneficial. We don't need these farms anymore. I think we can carry on farming there as per usual. And we can also destroy that. Here we also have the deer. I have forgotten about that. Okay, so what do we want? Some upgrades. Why not? Alright, you were supposed to find the stone. Let's see where that could be. And then Georgians. Few extra villagers. Another 1,000 would be nice too, but let's see. Okay, perhaps we could take their stone from here. Let's see if they're utilizing that. Ooh, so a house, okay. An additional dungeon. Few knights should be enough. Okay. Alright. Let's see what happens now. Extra monk, why not? Perhaps stone mining upgrade too, since we only have a few units here. Too bad we can't really build additional things with these. Okay. Oh, more houses. Oh, that's new. Try to do that. And things are progressing very nicely, I would say. Few houses. Sorry, I forgot about that. And then carry on as per usual. Okay. Okay. And then carry on with the cleansing, as we would like to call it. Try to upgrade that to a light cavalry. Ooh, let's run away! Okay, and back we go. This wouldn't be too much of a threat to us, since they only are few. Okay, and then we can return back to the safety. We have a light cavalry, and we are ready to cause some havoc. Right, so a town center around here, for example. Extra villagers, why not? Ooh, no. I didn't realize that we were losing units. Perhaps extra farms would be nice too. And you go. You could help with the relics. Have we managed to kill anyone? I don't know. Not quite. Ooh, there's a castle. Okay. Let's see if we can manage to do something about that. Too bad we don't have the archer ranges yet. But that don't really matter too much either, I don't think. Since we should be able to just get rid of that if need be. The castle is of course very disturbing, but not really too disturbing. Ooh, there's a lake! Oh no. But did they realize that either? I don't think they did. Find if there's something worth creating. Oh, great timing. Okay. Now what's going on here? Ooh, they got a castle of their own? That's nasty. Okay. Perhaps we could build a university here as well. Alright. And then try to secure some of the nearby locations for us. Okay, so now we are just wasting time with our units. Let's see if there's something we could try to make happen with the help of these. So they are making a few knights of their own. We get the pikeman upgrade for free, so do we care? I don't know if we should, but I don't think we do. only thing they are doing is pikemen, then I don't think we are too afraid of them. I don't know if we should again, but I don't think we are. This dungeon poses no threat, basically. I may be wrong, but I doubt that it does do much more than that. Since we can always find some new places to fight at. Some armor would be nice, why not? Extra fishing boats. See what's going on there. See if we can make that happen. More houses are needed. Okay. Here you go. Ooh, please. Join the party if you can. Sicilians with their very clever armies. And then we should be able to get to that. Ooh, so right, so we have lost a few villagers here. Oopsie. Stand ground it is. That's alright, we can still take some map presence. Less damage from mounted units. Eventually, why not? And then we could try to build a house over here. Let's see if we manage to sneak there. Oh no, well I should have been watching, but I wasn't. Do we still have monks? Right, so we have one here. That's alright. So they have the score lead, but I don't know if they have much else. You can create shuttles. I can try to see what's going on there. A few extra farmers would be nice. And perhaps no. Let's destroy that farm. And then it would also make sense to send few units here to see what's going on. Extra building hit points. Yes, why not? Few shuttles. But actually what we want, of course, is trebuchets. Now let's see what we can find from here. This is really clever, this approach of theirs. Oh, let's go to get some food. That might make sense. imperial age themselves. You should probably be able to produce quite a few houses, for example. And we should also be able to get rid of the threat that their castle is posing to us in a quite short fashion. Oh no. So I thought something was amiss, but I never verified that. Well, now we, in any case, got the castle up, so there's very little going against us, right? I think these units, well, I'm missing fletching, but they don't know that we have murder holes, so just like that they lost some resources they could have used. We don't have too many units even yet, even though I feel like we should be in a commanding position. But well, perhaps we can fix that soon. One ram to fix them all, and that might be just what we need. And then what? Where? Alright, some units. Okay. No, go there. And what about their knights? There they are. Halberdier upgrade will be next. Okay, and then I think we could just run to see what they have in mind. You go just there. You can go there except for you. What are they doing with their units? Not much, I think. So the push troops is not dead yet, but blast radius for. So there's a castle, okay. What about this mill here? These shovels. Let's call them back home, the units of theirs. EVR, some kills there, why not? Always a nice thing to witness. And if we ever have to, we can perhaps just run here. Any more fish? There it is. So we are losing a few units here and there, but in total things should be still quite fine. This is running. Oops. Hello, hello. And GG it was. Right, so they didn't find the pond, and we were able to utilize ours a bit at least. And perhaps the raid went unnoticed. I'm not sure, but we will rewatch this and see how things look afterwards. First of all, let's see if we are still visible, audible, and so forth. Seems like that's the case. Matsrabenstein. I think played well, but we were luckily able to still have just enough edge here and there. I think this was the moment when they got to the Imperial Age where they were booming, as you can tell from the stats. They had way better boom than we did, but then we were able to hold steady for just enough, but for just long enough to prevent us leaving too much behind or falling behind. I think that this map being MegaRandom would have benefited from scouting. I don't think Matsrabenstein located this corner lake, because it took us a while too, or the corner gold, so that it would be something worth fighting for, perhaps. But this, we were lucky because we got our lake of our own, more or less, whereas their lake was a more distant one. So now they are equally distant from both of these lakes, whereas we have this home lake of ours. But there's still, like, for some reason I'm usually excited to see people do tower rush or dungeon rush or similar. You know, this quick walls, just distant enough so archers can't really touch. We were just able to sneak in with this scout of ours. Of course we lost some scouting indel by doing that, but still, I don't think they realized that, or they didn't care about that, because this could have been balled in quite easily to. Here's the initial scouting, and then they decide to drop the dungeon here, or is it here the first? Like, yeah. Alright, so it was the first one. That could also have been here, but huge amount of houses to secure that no stupid opponent military units will ever be able to touch them. 5 on stone. Well, I think this was somewhat like they should have produced military units to help with the raid. I think, in my case at least, because these are stationary objects, these towers, these dungeons, and even if I'm losing a few farms and I'm losing farmers too by not noticing, you got some very heavy losses. We took some heavy losses due to the fact that I didn't realize the reach of the dungeons, and I didn't react accordingly either. And so they still haven't discovered that they can't utilize the sheep because the walls are closed, and they haven't. Now here's the infantry. So they don't know that the real valuable corners are available on the map too. They know about this gold, but are thinking that by just carrying on with the dungeons they should be able to prevent us from accessing resources. Eventually that's going to be true, of course, but now they have also seen the stable and the flag on the stable. So right, okay, so they didn't realize that, and they didn't realize that the gold mining over it. They know that we have gold there, but here's the vision about the lake, perhaps raising questions whether the other corners have lakes as well. But like still they have wasted 5 dungeons, or the 5th one is on the way. Now there's this stable revelation and 3 knights coming their way, and there's a monk. And the push is dead for a while. It would have made sense for me to scout a bit to see whether they are utilizing the stone, because it usually makes sense for the opponent to do that with the villagers that they have sent forward. But now they are like, if I had few archers, so I could have done that. So I could have created an archer range, because that's Ethiopians bonus too. So they have found that there's more gold. I don't know if the scout is even out of scouting now, just to make use of the unit. We did some good encounters, but also some very poor ones here. But now the military numbers are down for them. And I think that I underutilized my army around this stage. Because while like idling the villagers is nice, these, like, I'm taking damage that I didn't have to take, so I could have saved the knight and scouted whether they had any weaknesses here or there, or just force them to spend some stone on dungeons or castles of their own by giving pressure. Now it seems that now we are giving them this false sense of contemplancy that they have achieved what they needed to, in a way that they can just somehow carry on with the push, and this gives them a chance to get back to the game. This must be auto-scouting since it's so clever, but still, so they know that there is a gold mine there too, huge amount of gold piles. And at this stage I don't think that the spearman has too many upgrades, none actually, so I could have easily taken that fight, but instead I'm back healing for some time, and then when they are 3 spearmen, they are still no match for us. 3 spearmen there, 5 villages there. Okay. Like these are just throwaway units at this stage. But it slowed us enough so that they were able to get the castle age. So I'm just thinking that I could have sent those knights forward right away. Perhaps arranged things in such a fashion that I would be able to put up some resistance if they carried on, but having 6 knights and a sergeant and a monk, which I also lost here is not sensible thing to do. Okay, so they lost a few villagers here, which is very good because they were about in equal numbers with us. And I did a mistake by putting the light cavalry on the defense mode, because now I'm positioning them to the wrong place and not patrolling, so that they don't actually kill as many villagers as they could. But no. And here I'm manually... No? Alright. Yes, so that was the mistake. We could have killed a few more villagers for like with certainty if we didn't change the default stance. I thought I was clever, I wasn't. That's how the life surprises you. Now we are about to lose a knight here. Took me a while to find out about the castle, but now if we had villagers gathering stone, we could have prevented the castle, at least thrown a castle of our own out and about. Here we are attacking a building. We could probably try to do something with light cavalry since we still had it alive. But right, so they are auto scouting, so that's a very clever thing to do at this stage of the game. So they knew about the lakes. They didn't witness our dock because we only just found out the lake ourselves and decided to try to equalize the numbers by investing to some docks. But here our boom is it has fallen short. Did they see that? Yes. Okay, so they had a reason to plan the castle there. And here we are still killing a house. And only now are we starting to collect stone for our use. They are checking about our other economic buildings. I think that by amassing few archers we had the resources to do that. This again would be a good point in time to do that, because all they have is villagers. So if we had 5 archers here, these dungeons, this rush would be dead. And we would also be harassing behind their walls. So since we had, now we lost the villagers, but we had our forward here, building archer range instead of stable here would have made a lot of sense. But I'm glad that we got to play this in this slow pace and try out different things. Here's the dock to help us a bit with the eco imbalance. So what has helped us so far is the fact that they have had these 5 villagers front. Some of the time they have been idle, and they have been collecting stone, a huge amount of stone, for this long, so that, okay, they do have loom, very clever, so that since that's the slowest source of resources, the fact that they have had more villagers, or at least as many as we, meant that they still haven't been able to collect as much resources. Because if they had, then this our attempt to keep them out from our eco would be that much harder. But now if we had just few knights here, they would have been forced to create a monastery, for example, to try to convert those. They are really still in a position where they don't have too many resources, and by using the knights, not upgraded knights, I didn't check that at the time, but they are not, whereas we have attack and armor, only the first of those, but still. If they had to afford monastery or other protective buildings, the knight would have been, so the camel would have been really helpful, but the patrol range was just a bit short. But now it joins the battle. So we still got to weaken their numbers a bit. But just thinking that the knights we wasted clearing these dungeons, like getting rid one of two might have been fine, then adding a ram to handle the rest would have been good. And then counter attack. Few archers here would have been nice. Try to take map presence. Also a good idea. Ooh, so they were preparing a castle there. I thought better about it. No, it was our barracks. Okay. I don't know how anyone can mistake that for a castle, but I just did. So our barracks is dead, and then there's pikeman raids. But luckily our council has been garrisoned for quite some time, so we have help around even if I'm not watching. So we have already lost 8-10 villages and more are about to come, while our monks and other people are safely waiting behind, or in the safety of our inner city. So now they are catching up with the numbers. We have 6 fishing boats. They are going to be idle soon, but that helped, because otherwise we would be, and still are 20 villages behind. So their boom has been really good. Now just on 2 councillors. And the longer the game lasted, the tougher it would have gotten for us, for sure. So how did that turn around? I didn't realize that we were in a hurry. I was presuming that we might be somewhat equal, but then again we have lost villagers like here and there due to these dungeons, shooting our poor farmers, the castles and all, doing the work. And here we did the mistake of not utilizing the shovel warriors in the knight's game. So we still have a few. Now they are even leading with the eco upgrades. Besides the handcart and wheelbarrow. So perhaps that's what has helped us with this long distance eco. And they are still producing pikemen and villagers. Why not? Adding an extra layer of walls. Well, I wasn't weak from. I wasn't too very late from testing those walls, but still didn't manage to do it in time. we are still going to lose villagers to this dungeon, even though we knew that it was happening. There's the trebuchet, neither two lost. Shuttle warriors waiting safely inside the castle while that happened, but luckily their castle fall in ruins there as well. They had 13 knights. I'm not expecting murder holes, so which was a very good thing for us. So even though we are lacking ballistics, we still got to reduce the number by 5. So 1/3 of the cavalier went down like that. And now the castle is enough to slowly destroy all of these dungeons. And their only castle is here. Now just having a few archers would be nice. Still. But now it was only because there are 2 knights waiting at their walls. They haven't killed those, like no units are sent behind. Even these pikemen are just waiting in the dungeons. They could have tried to get rid of these, but instead they are building these extra layers of walls. This dungeon we got earlier with when the shuttles tried to run in. And there's this castle that they used to get rid of our stone miners, but it's still very exciting the way they played. Now we are losing our monks, but luckily they also lost 1 cavalier perhaps. And they only have 16 and 8 on the way. But that's a little bit scary number, and they are probably banging up for paladin if they ever can afford one. Do Sicilians get paladin? I'm not sure. And then a few pikemen reach out from the dungeon and are killed in the process. More stables, so they are planning to just destroy us with nature push. But at this stage we are still 10 villagers behind, but 1k resources collected ahead. And how did this... Oh, was this preemptive dungeon? Okay, so we never... Yes, and then there's this preemptive castle that could have been a castle in our eco too. So just showing few units made them overreact, I would say, because saving these forests like this is no issue. Just more layers of walls if need be to secure the farms, but why do you need a castle? I'm thinking having few knights here now would be nice. Perhaps an archer there could be beneficial. Then villager behind, upgrading the horses, no armors as of yet. Do they even have a blacksmith? I don't know. Oh yeah, they do. Oh, and then the shuttles came about and were able to kill, let's see, 8, 10. This is a really nice moment in the game for us, because they are raiding our eco and finding some villager kills, but meanwhile they have lost 23 villagers here, and also there was quite a few coal miners that they had, and now suddenly they only have 12 villagers mining gold. So this is all they had for them. 21 cavalier without armor or attack upgrades. They probably just forgot about those because they had the resources. They just didn't think about that. And then their production buildings are slowly destroyed. And we still have a little army of our own to slowly destroy territories, hiding under the castle as well. Not too nice. And here goes the last of the ponies. Alright, so if our opponent had invested to armors, perhaps they didn't remember that they had a blacksmith, or they thought that they had created the upgrades already. And then these like 32 villager kills, so they didn't probably notice that there were things going on at their base, and suddenly they are down 40 villagers. And that's heavy. Oh, that's where they got more gold. Good for them. I almost scouted that. I almost could have seen that. What did they know? What did they know? Okay, so they never found out. Well, the stable didn't mean too much. They saw that we were docking, but didn't know obviously how much we had there. And then the corner was undiscovered. I could have tried to secure that with the castle, since we had enough for 2 castles. So I could have also tried to build a castle there to give some pressure for opponent. Okay, but good hold, I'd say, even if I would do that myself. And a nice game in general. Let's see. And just like that, I propose that we will have a short break. On a short break. Right. So we will be back soon. But wait. Are we still audible? Doop 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 doom. Doesn't hurt to verify that before we go. Alright. Now we are. That's good. Okay. What about on the actual stream then? Testing. These are very clever pieces of equipment, these audio interfaces. Okay. Let's see. Any better, any worse? So for some reason the game sound is very loud to my ears, at least. And has it been like that for all the stream? Well, you live, you learn. Right, so just a second, I'll try to sort that out if possible. Because we have it shouldn't be too quiet. Okay, back to testing. So before the break, we are testing things out. This feels very, very, very odd. So why would this be next to muted? Dum dum dum. That's not what we want. What about this? Let's carry on with the testing. Testing, testing. Doop, doop, doop. Okay. So here everything sounds good. On my end, that is. And then when we turn to the stream, so the reality as it is to you, it's really quiet. Now why would that be? But now it wasn't. Huh. So did it fix itself, or did we fix it? Well, that might explain the lack of interaction, perhaps. Well, thank you all for sticking through this very important and exciting phase of production quality analyzing and improving. Okay, and now if everything works as expected, just verify that we have some sound on here as well. Doop, doop, doop. Doop, doop, doop. Ooh, getting there. Ah, now this is proper DJ working as well. Just sliding the sliders as fast as possible. Just to make a dent. Alright, so now our microphone is working again. Could have been that we were missing vital toggle there, so if you couldn't hear me talking, then let's hope it was just due to the fact that I changed the audio interface and didn't set the things properly there. Unless that's the case, then we have still some technological problems. But we have some problems gameplay wise too, so no biggie. Alright, now I'll be off for a few minutes. Take a short break, make some decaffeinated coffee. So take care and see you in a bit. Or here, hopefully. In an ideal case both, but at least we have the video stream or the camera, so we should be able to see each other even if you don't hear from me from ever again. Bye. Alright, and back we are. Are we back for good? Perhaps. Do we have much echo that we don't deserve? Let's verify that as well now that we are still in the position of doing these sort of investigative works. Investigative deeds, perhaps. Huh. Well, perhaps you will be able to comment and give some feedback regarding the audio quality. So, whether it's too much of a nuisance to try to listen to this, for example. Not because of the things I say, but because of the way it sounds. Speaking the words of wisdom, but in an annoyingly buzzing way. For example. And then that looks about right. And this we shouldn't need. And the on a short break announcement has also outdated. Is outdated. If that makes more sense. Let's see if there is something that I missed. As per my knowledge, there has been no chat messages. If there have been any, then please reply those, because I may have missed them. And why does it feel to me that we aren't too audible here? This is a terrible, terrible thing. So let's mute this and try to still have half a minute, so that should be a plenty. Why wouldn't we be audible? Oh no. Does this help? Okay, well, we are just going to have to give it a try. I'm afraid. And let's hope it works. And we're really scared and ashamed of ourselves if it doesn't. Vietnamese against Franks. We don't have too much time to, or we wouldn't have too much time to investigate these sort of problems, but let's hope that we just somehow have a few seconds to spare. I don't know who created these sort of pieces of technology that are this tough to work with, but it could very well be that I'm just misusing them. now that I think of it. Oh, and at least to my ear, things sound about right, or at least better than they were just 30 seconds ago now. And we also have this. Yes, really need camera position just right, so you can see my frustrated face if you ever wanted to see anything of that sort. We are still missing our sheeps, perhaps, just a few here and there, and there are other issues with the way we are approaching the game, but it's mostly a very positive. So there we have some. Oh, there's a sheep. There's another one. Could you help with that? I maybe could have reacted to that, the lack of the sheep a bit earlier. But then again, we had to do very important things. Okay. And we go and right. Few seconds of idle time. No worries. We are still Vietnamese against Franks, was it? So we're gonna expect to see some scouts from our opponent, and what happens then remains a mystery. On the other hand, well, that we didn't actually need at all. Extra. Could we try to make some sort of fast feudal approach? Just to be able to get to better to access spearmen, and also to get some of the archer upgrades to. Let's see, one more. 18 pop up. Is it doable? I don't know. 10 loom just in case. We have the buildings, right? And we were about to push the deer. Now let's verify the very important production quality. Oh no, we weren't supposed to do this. Okay. And we are officially back for good, for now. And after this, we can send a few to. We can create a farm. That's probably a very good idea. So we know where they are, and we get extra archer HP. So that probably makes sense then to try to utilize that. Based on the score they are scouting, but I don't know if I'm good enough to actually tell that. We are showing them that we are gathering gold with gazillions of people. Oh, and the deer, we were so close. Perhaps there is still a chance. Ooh, so they were fast feudaling as well. Who are these people? Oh no. Okay. This is a very good trade. So we get some extra food and then we can carry on with the gold gathering task. Barracks there. We can build that with a single villager. And then what else do we have? Imperial skirmishers, yes. Battle elephants. Ooh, that would be neat. Okay. So our plan is to get few spears just in case. Ooh, well that's stable. 3 idle villagers, okay. Did they build, like, did they rush this? Ooh, there's a scout, okay. So they are building additional scouts that we know. Few spearmen. And then we would like to get blacksmith. Yes, this is a very good place for that. Ooh, a house. Okay, let's spend some resources on wheel mill. Because why not? And then the question is, do we have enough to get to the next age? We don't have too many people collecting resources, I'm afraid. But if we did have a farm, then that would be if we did have a market, is what I was supposed to say. Then we would be able to abuse that a bit. Ooh, and here comes the scouts. And in we go. And then we could probably try to help our fellow citizens a bit. And we lost 1. That doesn't matter too much, of course. Yeah. Let's just rush this and go to the go to the castle age. And one more time. Okay. Why not? Oh, because we are lacking the second building. Oh, oopsie. Well, then perhaps a little more wood would be nice. And then, right. You could help your fellow citizens too. Right, so they have 4 scouts, no upgrades. We should be able to build something pretty soon. Okay, so the market it is. And then we go up and we create huge amount of very scary elephants shortly thereafter. We don't need this, we can even get this. 150, right. Any second now. Well, we were a bit later to click up than I would have liked, but no big deal. Let's see what they are doing here. So for the 4 scouts that they produced, they were able to get 1 villager kill and of course harass our eco too. So if they know what they're doing, then they could be in a good position. Let's see. But we have a hand guard to help us a bit, and we should be able to get a new Where is the spearman of ours? Here. New town center soon. Where would we like to position that? Here? Perhaps. It makes sense. Carrying farming. Why is this farm underutilized? No! Extra attack, just to prepare for very good elephants. And then you could come here. Help us get this down. Please. Okay, thanks. Okay, well, coal is perhaps the reasons we want to try to prioritize. And soon, just one extra spearman, just in case. But they are probably doing multiple sorts of booming games, and being Franks, we can expect them to pop up with a huge number of... that's their castle age too. Huge number of knights any given time. Let's delay that just a bit, since we can afford to do so. And then it is time. Let's see, here is a very good... Ooh. Okay. Yes, we can manage. Just losing one villager is quite alright, but I don't know if we should be investing to more eco now that our opponent probably has played it safe and also in a more efficient manner. It makes sense. At least they did. We didn't need the attack upgrade either. We have prepared now, and that's what's important. Alright, the arm, very good. Plenty of gold. Perhaps we can utilize some of that. Then we would want to get to the stables soon. Or get a few... Ooh, a monk would be nice. So I've been thinking about that for a while, but haven't been able to make that happen. House do, and then we carry on with other tasks. Some more visibility. And then how very peaceful time it is to be alive. There's a horde of knights coming our way. A few monks would be nice. Here, if possible, perhaps this spearman here would help a bit. And then back to work we are. Oh. Well, this is still... we took some losses, of course, but... and we are a bit late with our monk play. Let's see if we have what it takes to craft a few waves as envisioned earlier. Probably do well to add a few extra units, right? More houses. Now if they only know how to boom, we are in a bad position because they should have... Okay, well perhaps you can help the monk to achieve the things we are dreaming for them. Flexing just to give us some more firepower, and then we can buy a little more just to be able to produce, because that's not what we are doing at the moment. Let's see if we are allowed to get that relic too. They are probably thinking of dropping a castle on our face, or just going to Imperial Age and then taking it from there. But more houses. Let's try to provide 300 food. Based on the score, they have a little more going on for them than we currently have. With just a few pikemen and so forth. But we should also finally have what it takes to create few production buildings of our own. We have majority of the upgrades that we might want to get. A few extra monks just in case, even if we are failing to make use of them. Imperial Age it is. Should we buy ourselves there? Don't know for sure. Perhaps a castle would be nice. And it might just be that they are trying to get to the... Okay, so they were scouting in any case. We have fletching, we are lacking ballistics. So let's do that. And then shortly we should be able to click up to and off you go. Shortly meaning as soon as we finish this building. Okay. Now a castle somewhere like here. More villagers. Now I'm waiting for them to just show up with the paladin raid, but I may be wrong. We haven't been scouting too much, so... Where was that? Okay, over here. So we weren't much and far off, even if we weren't there just right in time. And back we go. And do we have any other monks nearby? We do. So perhaps we could try to convert that. Perhaps we could try to convert them as well. Losing a few villagers here and there, perhaps we are. This didn't go too well, and you could help here if you can. No, let's build the castle while we still have a chance. That was, well, if not totally a game, at least it was a game-changing raid. And it might take some time for us to recover from that. I don't know, we lost probably like 10 or 20 villagers there. Just like that. Bonus for elephants. Oh, I thought we were supposed to have the stable as well. But well. Few farms. No. Rattan archers. Luckily we had a few monks, but having more of them would probably would have probably been a good idea too. We are still lacking ballistics. We can create chemistry just to get some additional things going on for us. We don't have the numbers to make the fight happen anytime soon, I'm afraid. Because they are still able to stop us and stomp us too with a very little army of their own. So the fact that we have few relics is a good thing. That's something that's going on for us, but we are still expecting to face Paladin very soon. Let's have a defensive castle, one more over there, and then try to get the numbers ballistic just in case we need to protect our eco against any sort of aggressions, and a few farms. I don't know how many hundreds of farms we actually need to be able to compute. We will see. Ooh, we were able to study the whereabouts a bit. And I'm surprised that they haven't created trebuchets yet to prevent us from progressing. Elite battle elephant costs a ton. We are lacking many of the resources that would make it more approachable for us. Oops, not like this. What do we see? Oh, a relic? And then we could try to get back to the safety like this. And we are still producing from only one. Okay, so battle elephants. There's the trebuchet. You could help protecting that. And do we have extra range would be nice. 2 months would be nice. And where are our monks? Don't care about that too much, but of course we are still going to lose units as long as that commences. accidental Breton archer. So let's try to guard that. And we would want to have a few. No. Defensive units too. We only have these 6 people doing the work as of yet. That won't do. Just try to go there and see what happens. Too bad thing is that we don't have very many. Oh. Lumberjacks and slow cold regeneration. That's what we need. And that's also what we want. Okay, and then in we go. And let's try to take this cold here if possible. We have been idle for quite some time now. But that's going to change soon. And how are things about around here? About the roundabout. I wonder when they realize that there's something going. Oh, perhaps they did. Perhaps they did already. So some attack upgrade. Doing this cold distance, long distance gathering, but I'm glad that you have. Alright, but we need more units here. Oopsie. Perhaps barracks or 2 or 3. Because for some reason we haven't been doing much of the work here lately. And you could also do this. The great assault of the battle elephants. And now we could also try to create more of these. And what's going on? Let's see if we could try to destroy these. Well, this defense hasn't been the greatest, but luckily we know what to do on times like these. And it's panic clicking like this. And then we could use few of the oopsie units that we have. We'll also try to get rid of those units that they don't have. We have a plenty of gold, so it would make sense to, and resources of other sorts too. So all we need to do is try to fight with the forces that we have. could benefit from a few of the upgrades too. You can help there. And let's see if we can get rid of those things over there. It's the only. Oh, well, I thought you were supposed to kill these, but okay. Because we still have a healthy number of villagers, for example. Ooh, and most of them are idle. Well, most of them, but you get the idea. And I think that the game should be approaching its closing, because while we may be missing a few units and we are housed for some reason too, perhaps all the castle destroying did its work. But still we should be able to carry on quite convincingly from here. That's my hope too. So the elephants can run back to the safety, and then we should be able to carry on with art or skirmishes. Didn't matter too much. Get back to safety. And we will try to disturb them a bit. Build these, and then there's this extra lumber mill that we need. And few months, why not? Extra help. Let's see what they do have. They probably aren't taking that gold, so perhaps we should do that. Utilize the. Ooh, I don't remember when we last have had a situation where we have been remotely close to being bot-capped. At 200, of course. Okay, so we could afford the last of those upgrades, and then we could just carry on with the assault that we have in our mind. Let's keep a few units back to protect these just in case, and then push forward and see how many castles, those cheap, neat castles they have built for their defenses. Da 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 da. Hello, hello, hello. How do you do? Enjoying your life as we expect you to. And we will also help against this when we can. Why would you? Well, you probably have your reasons. Okay, and then let's carry on. Oh, we probably called you away, but well, happens. Let's create a few more while we practice playing the game. By that I mean elephants. Let's see if we have upgrades that we could use. That's at least something. You could come here to help with that. What was the concern that we had? Oops. I don't think they should have too many ways to win the game at this stage, but I'm also very young, so I may be wrong about these things more often than I'm not. Right, so we already have a few of these. Let's destroy that one and carry on. As asked to. I don't know if they have too much defending their bases anymore. At least I will be very surprised if they have much. So you are supposed to guard these. I still pop cap. Arbalest, nice. Alright. Now it's about spending. I don't know what they could have going on for them. Perhaps they have some people here collecting stone or something. Could also be that once you are in a position where you are first to Imperial Age and have been able to play to the strength of the ranks to its fullest, it feels bad and sad and so forth to be forced to call resign. I can at least relate to that idea. We never got to Imperial skirmishes as of yet. We could do that. We could kill some villagers eventually. Now it's more important to spend and collect more resources. Let's patrol here, let's patrol there. You could patrol here. We could try to get the relic if possible. Last upgrade. I haven't seen too many units from them for the last some time, so perhaps they are just away from keyboard enjoying themselves. Unless they have a really clever plan hatching. And you perhaps, why not all of you? You could come here and take care of that. And then we could try patrolling here. Let's build a castle there. Oh, they have gold here. So we were able to get the relic, but they may still have something. Let's see. These could help. I'm just patrol in. I think we lost the trebuchet somewhere during the journey. Oh no, it's there. Okay. There are walls. This would be our next target. And then if we ever get to a point where we are able to produce the scouts, then we can try to utilize those. To here. outposts just to be able to see what's going on around the map. Carry on. At least this gives our monk time to try to get to the... Ooh, they did. Okay. Well done. So there's this villager here. So forget about all these outpost building commands that I gave you. And now all I have to do is try to remember them all. Dun, 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 dun. Well, that was a very nice attempt, even though we failed a bit. So this is probably one of their last few villagers, and they are just a bit sad that the game ended in this type of fashion. That's of course something they are allowed to do and allowed to be, and helps us to practice our scouting skills. That's the power of Franks. Cheap castles and all that. And our demise was that we didn't get to produce these scouts that would have allowed to us to utilize the auto scouting. Perhaps it's also very suitable that, oh well, we didn't manage to do that, but it would have been nice to kill the last villager with their own cavalier. I knew she wanted to jump to our side. Oh, but we can't produce any more mats, right? Dun, dun, dun. Du, 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 dun, dun. Perhaps this is something that happens less often at the higher elo levels. Zura, get spice maybe from castle. That's a very good idea. 200 gold, we can afford that. Just wanted to be certain. Nice castle you have there. So Cosmic playing as Franks played to the Civ's strengths. We as the Vietnamese perhaps didn't too much. On the other hand, getting the elite battle elephant is certainly something that Vietnamese are good at. So I may have to. Why say GG as a sheep? I don't understand. As a sheep. Perhaps sheep should say something like ba or something. Just not familiar with all the idioms. Cause Cosmic asks, don't speak English. Why you say GG as a sheep? Why do I say GG as a sheep? I tried saying that out loud, but don't get the joke. How I do? Thanks. And a bit fake laugh. But it's still to end a battle of this sort with a joke. So why do you say GG as a... Say GG for a poor game, whereas I don't. Etiquette, you know. I didn't realize that. Next time I can stay silent if you don't think. No, you repeat as a cheap. If you watched me play, you could have realized that I enjoyed the match. Thought played well. Right, go it. Okay, so the lack of etiquette on my part was the problem. Sorry, new to the scene. Didn't mean to hurt you. So the problem was that when we won the game, it's poor etiquette to compliment the game, and therefore saying GG means that I do what sheep does. Actually, Zura, actually I wouldn't take what your opponent said seriously or even under consideration. Yes, and perhaps I'm being a very clever people. I'm trying to be very clever, like a lawyer sense of guy. So even if I face Cosmic again, I can, if I just remember that, I can try to be polite towards him if he happen to win, and not say the GGs for him. But otherwise, I think that it's in order to compliment the opponent for a game. Of course, I can get the feeling, especially if they are playing to the last villager, so there may be some emotions in the play, so that it might mean that they are a bit off or not feeling the best or in the top of their worlds, so it might be just additional salt to their wounds after losing a game that they thought they had in their pocket. So I get that, and perhaps I could then consider waiting for their GGs if they are feeling that way. But yeah, Zura, I think opponent was trying to be mean or about bully, might make sense, and perhaps they felt likewise about us. Like, first of all, winning a game, which is not a very nice thing to do when you're playing with friends. This is towards you, Zura, just so you know, next time we practice on arena. And then complimenting after trying to locate the last villager for the last minutes, even though that was first for us, so didn't take it too hard. Perhaps if that was 100th game where we are trying to find the last missing villager, it wouldn't be as fun as it was now, trying to find ways to scout the map. But I think we were behind for a major part of the game, and it was only in the end with the elephant rush and their lack of raiding, perhaps in a sense, that gave us a chance to win the game. So something to practice there. And hi Zura, welcome aboard. Good to have you here. Even if I already went through the arena, new arena meta as it's going to be, and I'm not trying to I haven't been able to practice that yet, or I could have practiced, but I haven't had a chance to make it. Hold on now. Now I'm watching the right screen. Okay. I haven't been able to try that out on the ranked ladder yet, but at least 6 on food, 6 on wood, 2 on berries, a few people to fetch boars, and 1 extra villager under the town center, whilst other before 20 go to berries, and then the rest of the rest 3 go to gold. Seems something that I can almost memorize, as you can tell, if you have been listening really carefully. But alright, so we were expecting Cosmic to try to go to scouts, playing to their strengths, but have we lost our microphone again? Now this is the most curious thing. Okay, so I can hear the music, I can't hear the mic. But okay, mic is fine. Okay, well then it's just a problem on my ears. Good to have you around. I'm just really uncertain about these things now that we have faced multiple different problems of various sorts, and not all of them stemmed from my own inabilities. Now the cat is in the controls. Since we have this thing going on, let's see if I can manage to move the camera ever so slightly. Now the cat is no longer in control. Yes. Okay, but I felt that Cosmic had a scout and knights plan, but they could probably have utilized that more, the cavalry that they had, since we were underspending on military as per usual. And Zura, no problem, glad to be around. Thank you, says the cat, if the mic still works. I'm trying really hard to focus on the most important things. Let's see, okay. And I think that if they had pushed us harder with the 4 scouts that they had, they only attacked the mill once and the lumber camp. I killed 1 or 2 villagers. I would like to say it was just 1, but I may be wrong about that. And Zura, Samperi Cam. That's correct, and you got the name right. Just having heard it once, or perhaps I wrote it to the chat, but I would like to remember that I never rolled it. So, in any case, Samperi Cam is for reals, and he's the most perfect personalized animal to commentate, or with commentary about the game as we see Unrevolve, or Unleash, or, well, occur. Okay, walls. Their map was quite hard to wall, actually. But they have some nice back forest here. And they were able to secure some stone in the back. And right, always positioned to be of use. Now we are playing this bit poorly. We know that they are creating scouts, and we do know that because we hit their scout once in the Dark Age, and then the other time we witnessed their scout, we were able to hit that too, and that was full health at the time, so we knew that they have been producing scouts. So what we did to counter that was to create one spearman and have our scout nearby to help if any help was needed. And now when the time comes, we react very swiftly, but not necessarily in the right fashion, because we have loom. We could have just fought these with the villagers that we had. And now what we got was one villager loss and some perhaps 5 damage or so to a single scout. But here, well, 9 damage. But what I'm curious about here is the fact that, and they got us a bit off by our very clean build here, because we are still lacking the second building that I didn't realize. Just trying to rush the food, and then we are going to have to rush the food to get just enough to build anything. If we had market, if any of these gold miners were doing something of value, then we would have a market right now and we could utilize that. But this is a curious thing to me. Like, they are securing the walls and probably like adjusting the eco of theirs, and therefore the scouts don't ever attack again. So they are happy with the one village kill. Like, they of course could be, because we are 4.5 minutes of idle TC time. We are 11 villages behind, so it's not very good start. We have to practice this build a bit, but perhaps based on the score they decide that okay, this is good enough and we can just go home. Zura, Sam and Perry seemed easy to remember. Yes, Sam Perry. Oh, that's clever. That's very clever. Isn't that clever? Indeed it is. Now here I'm feeling quite good despite the score, because I'm thinking that it's mostly because of the scouting, which of course has been a massive factor at this stage. But I don't realize that we are 12 villages behind. I'm thinking that we might be few villages behind. It's probably going to be cheating if someone ever produces a mod or something that shows you the idle TC time. But if I had known that we have 5 minutes of idle TC time at 18 minutes mark, I would have perhaps continued our approach a bit differently, because now that we finally get to the Castle Age, we were delayed by a minute or so. So this could have been a fair way, I think, to try to get to the Castle Age by idling the TC for a while and then building up the resources to get there. But now that we are getting there after idling a total of 5 minutes, we should be thinking about getting more TCs down as soon as possible and getting farms down. We don't need more gold. What we need is farms, so that we can produce more villages, especially since we saw that they were walling and could presume that they are trying to boom their bay eventually. So in order to outboom them, we should be very tempted to try to get as many villages as soon as possible and take it from there. And that's where I think, like, for the next 15 minutes or so, I think that Cosmic is in position where they should be able to close the game for themselves. And another thought regarding this Zura's Sam and Perry seemed easy to remember, but it's still two names, and if you've ever been to a party, you or anyone else around, you might know that if there are a couple of people introducing themselves as Sam and Perry, well, now you have something to remember them from, unless they go in the reverse order, Perry and Sam, and then you are lost, but still memorizing any names can be really hard. So kudos to you. Okay, but now luckily we have been able to get up with the numbers, since they are still 1 TC and trying to finish the game with the night push. They have armor upgrades, 2 of them, 1 for attack, for forging as well. And we are still resting now with 2 spearmen, so we doubled our defenses after the last occurrence, knowing that we had to try to improve somewhere, and we also have forging to give them extra punch. But we are more or less hoping that Townsenders alone would be enough, and we are going to pay a little price for that, since without fletching, Townsenders don't do too much, especially against armored cavalry. I think they could have just stayed under the Townsender and tried to destroy that. We haven't queued any more spearmen either, so our reaction is a bit questionable here. And I think that someone might want to play differently, because we have plenty of gold. We are slow to produce the monks. They could have made it. Oh no. So that was the end of the Samperi camp for now, but rest assured, we will be in touch. And this is more or less positioned in a way that's more or less tolerable. Good. 4th Townsender, they are in their second, still leading in village numbers. We have lost 5 villages, but still, like, here I'm thinking that since they have the knights and the cavalry, they should be much more active with them. Like, I shouldn't be able to catch any or collect any relics, and they should just constantly be forcing our villagers to go idle. No, there's no reason to have this army here, and that's how we got back to the game, I think, due to the passiveness of our opponent. Perhaps they didn't have time to do all the things they wanted to do and felt that having an army home is better, that they have enough of a lead or something. But now, thanks to 4 Townsenders, we have the option to protect our eco and also to produce villagers. We aren't doing too great of work here all the time. You can see the idle TC time rising, whereas they have played really well, like doing exactly what's required, being able to produce this army. And like, this gives me the feeling that they were following this Zura-like guide, that then you produce this army and you do as much damage as you can, and once they have Townsenders everywhere, then you retreat with your army, don't waste your army, or something like that. And despite the fact that they have no reason to, like, not to waste their army, they are not doing that because they are thinking about the next step. That okay, well, after you have witnessed that they are behind or not, and all their eco is protected by Townsenders, then go back, even if we didn't have fletching, so that we couldn't really hurt their cavalry and they have nothing to do with their army. I think the misplays could have stemmed from there. And now I know that their army is around, and we have produced a full of 6 pikemen and 4 monks, but even though we are building this really important castle to secure our eco against raiding, our units aren't where they should be. So, and we aren't really controlling them too well. So it wouldn't have hurt to move the pikemen here, have few monks here, just in case the raid commenced, and also to have all the farmers help with the castle building project. Because we didn't need it for much, but if they ever were to rush our eco like they are now doing, then having a castle here finished already would have given quite much more protection even without ballistics. Now we are, instead of being able to pull the castle building project off, we are losing now. We have lost 22 villagers, so we lost 15 or 20 villagers just like that, very easily. And now it's just perhaps the respect that they are giving to the town center, where we are still having like 15 villagers. But now I see no reason why they wouldn't just carry on to the next town center and to the next town center and idle our whole eco. There's no reason not to do that, in my opinion. Then again, I'm not a pro player, but they could have finished the game twice already, or at least made it look really hard for me to justify continuing. Here we have the archer ranges that will come into play half an hour from now. And we are still quite even in villager numbers, despite losing 24 villagers. So I don't know if they were just somewhat scared by us for no obvious reason. All these walls tell me that they might have been trying to expand in a secure fashion. And that's also the reason why they do want to throw away all these units, but I think the price they would have gained for those knights would have been way more than I could have afforded. Yes. Gold coffee. Gold coffee. Makes you smile. But now we are again given a chance. Like, this is a very good spar, very good practice opponent in a sense. And I'm thinking that they are probably just trying to aim for paladin, so they are building their eco towards that. And since we are not harassed at the moment, the only thing we are left to do is try to boom and prepare for their push. I don't know if Cosmic watches this game again, perhaps they knew more than I expected, but I think they might see a few moments where they could have played it differently. Hopefully, because that's how people improve. Be it video games or something else. This mining operation wasn't too efficient, but we did our best. Now, something I want to mention for all the people who weren't around all this time, we have viewed and produced the trebuchet, so we are very clever in that sense. And now it only takes 15 minutes or so before we put that into use. And we are also learned from the past experience and now brought our halberdier around to protect some of the units that we have. And we have few upgrades as well. Now the protection of course fails to actually protect all of these, but we got rid of the trebuchet, and that was all that we needed at that stage, in my opinion. Behind we are planning this surprise move, and we were also able to fetch the relic from behind our enemy base. So I think that's something that they would, if they want to improve somehow, then that might be one of the ways to do that. We have lost 37 villagers, and with trebuchets that wouldn't count. And we are also about to lose a few other things. But even now, so they have 29 cavalier, and the only thing they are lacking is gold. Oh, they actually produce. Okay, so they have 38 cavalier in total, and they have 25 more in the queue. But even now, they are like they kill the resistance of the front forces that we have, and then they retreat. Even though the alternative they had at their disposal would have been to just run in with the cavalry. Because even though we are floating some resources, we wouldn't still, with the one barracks that we have at this stage, we wouldn't be able to produce too many pikemen to even try to defend against their push. And here are the elephants, and now they target the next castle, so the castles did what was needed, basically, and kept them away. And now the elephants roam in. We have been able to kill 10 villagers. Now they reacted to that. I think we could have... Well, we were lacking the armor. Yeah, we have 2 armors at this stage. And now luckily we are able to, we could have moved in with our forces, some that we had, but luckily by this move we were able to hurt their eco quite much, and also force a defensive castle, which is usually not something that you want to do when you are trying to push. 24 villagers down, and we still have a few elephants running rampart. Okay, and now the only thing that was missing, that I only realized later, was that we could have used the few units that we had, few halberdier, few monks and elephants, to try to convert few of these cavalry units and also destroy their siege. I was slow to react to that because I was busy planting farms or something. But now that the majority of their army moved back, we would have had a chance to clear them here in the front that we missed. But luckily we are finally producing more units from the... We have more barracks to begin with, and we are producing from them. But this looks like we are losing the game. And the only thing that didn't happen was because we had just enough units, like good counter units, and the next wave of elephants. We are still floating resources to stand the losses. And now they have the, you know, if they still have some army behind. Yes, what they have. Okay, they are building the next wave there, basically. But with the strength of the halberdier and few monks and these strong elephants too, and perhaps a slight army mismanagement here and there, we are eventually able to clean this push and are still up to 90 villagers. So we have almost 10 more than 10, and we are producing more of those. So it seems that the difference here is that when we got to push their eco with the elephants, they didn't continue with the eco build up, or it took them a while. Because now the reason we have been able to withstand this attack of theirs was because because we have been able to move back with our eco. The raids haven't followed promptly thereafter, and now suddenly they run out of army because they are combining their forces here in the back. And with the trebuchets down and the cavalier number down to 12, that's also the reason why they couldn't afford the paladin upgrade, because they were lacking gold at some point, and then the raid force them to throw away so many cavalry units too. So despite the fact that they seemingly have a really good position on the map, forward castles and all, this is still turning to our edge. Perhaps we can say that. Due to the fact that we have army, that's not something that we can usually say, and we have nice army composition too, and our eco is still up and running, and we have like enough of an access to important resources, meaning gold. And now they are going to have to think what to do and how to force the issue, and how Perdias come into play, running out of resources. Few Scorpions, they would generally be alright, I presume, against Halberdians, but I think skirmishers would still be a better choice due to the cost. Because you can create more skirmishers with the price of one Scorpion, and they should know that we aren't coming forward with just Halberdians. They have seen the elephants, so. But perhaps they think that the Scorpions do damage to both of them, so whereas skirmishers don't do much against the elephants, so why not? But still, these are entry-level Scorpions, so nothing to be too happy about. 81 villagers still. Okay. And this gives me the impression, if I may be wrong, that their game plan revolved around the push. Just getting to the Imperial Age, get enough cavalry units, get the Paladin, and now that they couldn't get the Paladin, it's too bad. And even though they have nice army management here, it makes no sense because we only have but then also archer units here. So I don't think it makes sense to try to get those. But perhaps they wanted to run to destroy the trebuchets. There was slight misplay here because I was in my grand visions. We were trying to protect these trebuchets, but for some reason the people responsible for that job were on a vacation when their cavalry finally arrived. But still, this is very much a losing position now. Down to 66 villagers, 3 villagers on gold, and elephants in your base. Army number down to 15. I don't know how one could think of getting back from here. Even though I could have also tried. Alright, and that's about it. Stone miners, those brave ones. I don't know if they touch the controllers too much after this. So, but we have a similar approach. 2 barracks. Okay, sorry, they had way more than this, and plenty or so halberdiers too. I shouldn't be making skirmishes anymore now that I've seen that they can't produce anymore. Because a single elephant wins against the halberdier, so it makes no sense to try to protect against them. Now we are scattering the villagers. They are doing very important last game deeds, and luckily the wolf was trying to help us. And now there goes some time before we finally find them all. But that's the reason the monk was able to scrap the relic because they didn't have anything left to prevent that from happening. I was hoping that there was 2,000 or something, but I just didn't remember correctly. And then we have these outposts not properly set to find each and every villager. And the closest to highlight was this villager here that we almost got with the trebuchet, but missed by a meter or so. And there's still one villager running there, trying to ball. That was very clever. And now the always polite opponent of ours telling us where to shift our focus to. And now we know that. Why are we inventing holdings? No, still. Now we know that the spice technology costs some 200 gold per villager. Perhaps, or it has some base cost. Could be that as well. But having created 142 cavalier, that's not a paladin, of course, but I think the numbers don't add up, so they were like slightly underused is my call, not only based on the number but after seeing the game being somewhat part of that. We were also allowed to get all the 5 relics. That I don't think should happen if you have scouts and knights on the field. So something to improve upon. Same peak APM, so we were both clicking hard left and right to make things happen. Alright, but good game, and I'm glad we were able to climb back with that. Now let's see if there's something I'm missing, as there usually just might be. Just a second. Back we are. Yes. Right. Doesn't seem like there's much we have missed besides being online and seeing all you people, of course, hanging out with friends, but chat-wise, things look good. In a sense that I don't think we have lost any messages, and of course, still we have some room for improvement since there aren't gazillion trillion of messages, so there's still room for that. But I'm thinking this from the point of view of this chat message outreader droid that I am as a pastime hobby too. Now it's a second. Okay, I'll take a short break. Shouldn't be too many minutes, but if you have something urgent to focus on, then please do. There are usually something that you can do in this life and in this world, but if you can't think of anything, then please stay put, and we will carry on with our climb or decline, at least learning, no matter what the score says, ever so shortly. And thanks. And back we are after having a really quick 1 versus 1 match with the cat, where this time the cat won. I'm sad to say that that was off camera, but perhaps one of the streams will show our battles as well after I practice some more. Now let's see whether we still have our systems more or less in space. Hold on now. In place, yes, systems in place. That looks about right. And please do let me know if you face any quality problems. I may not be able to help if you have some ideas regarding the quality of the gameplay. For example, it might take a while for me to fix any of those, but when it comes to stream quality on technological point of view, well, that's a different story. Totally different story. Well, not like totally different story in a way you usually mean that when you say it, but in a sense that I have more skills on that front that I may have on the Age of Empires side of life. Alright, and let's try to improve that just a bit, since we have all these nice little levers with which to play. Alright, and slowly we are trying to get there. Of course, the problem always when you have to or when you do change any settings is that they should also be stored, lest they be forced to be changed. No, hold on now. Sorry, I was lost mid-sentence trying to make sense of the words that the past me used to say. Dum do 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 dum do 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 dum dum do dum do 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 dum do 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 dum. Okay, let's go with that, and please do let me know if you can't make sense of the words. Yet again, if it's because I'm inaudible, that's something that's perhaps easily fixed. And if it's because I'm just talking gibberish, then it's going to be a bit longer journey, but we should still be able to work with that given enough time. Let's see. At least the promise that we offer, the promise that we give, is that we will try our best to improve on all fronts. Just know that some fronts are easier than others. Alright, and we should be finally in a position where we can start looking for the next game after having a few promising ones, I'd like to say. Like, still very many problems here and there, but also some right decisions along the way to support our comebacks. Let's see. Dun, 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 dun. All right. And now this is quality content and also quality time management for me and for all of you around. Hope you enjoy this as much as I do. Or even more, if possible. And where is the find match button? Found. The pluses of the night. We have yet to have network issues, so that's good. And we have had only a few occasions where we thought we have lost okay. Better. Lost the microphone sound altogether. We had some background buzz there. Perhaps that's now fixed too. And do we have a camera? Yes, we do. And let's adjust it ever so slightly if we are able to. Alright, and then we can move this ever so slightly and well, why isn't this just great? Now if someone from the future ever wonders how come we have played so few games, it's probably because of the time it takes to prepare for one. Okay, and Golden Pit. I haven't played this. It was the Gold Rush map that I played. I checked that a month or so ago, one of the first days we played here, or on a map similar to this. Vietnamese, so now we get to see how proper people play with a Civ that we just got our hands to a bit earlier. So we can try to build that, and once you're done with that you can let's see if this is something that we can work with. Oh, we are this close to the coal pit. Okay. I wonder if they are too. They do know that because they are Vietnamese. So there's that plus side. To having just played that Civ ourselves. So perhaps we could try to utilize that bit from the get-go. At least that's what we tried on the Cold Hill variant. 7 villagers there. And then few on wood. We are still lacking the sheep, but luckily we have a few in the queue. But it might make sense to try to get the boar as soon as possible. Okay, so the second boar there. Good for us. Run! Okay, and the sheep are here. Some of the sheep are here. And once you carry that, you can carry on with those. And we also found not all our sheep though, but perhaps we can still manage somehow. We are going to need a house. And once you're done with that, you can carry on with those. Let's see if we still have... Oh! Right. So we found them earlier, we just didn't notice it. There we go. Oopsie. Some misclicks here and there, yes, but nothing too bad. Now you can... It's still alright. It's eventually going to be alright. And now you can build the mill. Good. Good luck, have fun. Is it too late to say that by 5-minute mark? Perhaps that gives them some sense of slowness that we may very well be. Let's do the war first and then carry on with that. It wouldn't be wrong to think that we are that slow at times, so a few more woodcutters would make sense. Once you are done with that, you can move to this, for example. Oh no, once you're done with that, you move here. And you will kill the second ostrich. Yes. And then a few people. Oops. Alright, 19 pop up. That's what we do. That's what we always aimed at. A house, just in case. Oh, we need more on wood to get ever able to afford the things we want. Alright, so Teutons farms are cheaper, so that's what we are going to try to utilize, and also the fact that we should be able to get these longer range castles, just in case we ever face any archers, for example. Later on it could also be these nasty battle elephants too, as we played happened to play against them in just a second, or probably it was an hour ago, but felt like seconds ago. Okay, and there you go. And carry on with the berries. We don't have enough. This is not the right place to build a blacksmith, but it will have to do. least that's done. Oops. Let's see if we can make the push happen. Here you build the market. Few extra villages just in case. And out there. And then we could also have a few farms. That's how we roll. Okay, let's see whether they already are utilizing the gold that we hope to use ourselves. We don't know where they are, so we might have to stay humble for quite some time. Few more villages there. We need more farms. I do remember that. Right, then we will really cleverly idle our thousand just for a short while. That's a very clever thing to do. Okay, so they are there. So perhaps we could try to move down here with these villages. Will they wall themselves in, or what is the course of action? One lost villager. Ooh, archers! Oh, that's clever. Let's run away. And hope that we will never see them again. And some idle time, as you may have noticed. And then, ooh, why would they have a scout there? A bit late, but it was nice. Oops, run! You dear scout. Too bad we didn't manage to make it happen, but perhaps next time we will. Dun, 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 dun. At least we have the basis of a trap already. So the archers are coming here. So what do we do when they arrive? We will probably move to a different location, such as over here. Okay, well, we are a bit late for that, but in a sense it looked like our timing was just great. So it might have seemed that our timing was great. Dun, dun, dun. And then we should be able to carry on with the tasks. Now we have only just fertilized the farm a bit. And here we go. I don't know if it actually makes sense to build a lumber camp. Probably it doesn't. Because we could try to buy some wood to get an additional one here. Just have to be fast with that. And then they will be harassing our gold miners soon, so perhaps we should buy some extra wood to be able to afford the things we want to. And in we go. Collecting from the struggles already. We are. Alright, let's build a townsender here. If we ever are able to. So we of the villagers didn't do a perfect job escaping the trouble, but very many of them did quite well, so no worries there. Hello? Could we hit the scout? Well, almost we could. And now they are more or less out of the game, yes. Okay, so they have the score lead, but they are still on the feudal age. And ooh, have we been here idling for long? Perhaps we have. So 1 extra 1,000 rupees coming up next. Oh no! %. Okay, well you come back home. That's too bad. And oh, yes, the farms were a mistake. Oh, we are actually lacking stone. Right, okay, well, I'm sorry that I kept you idle for so long. And what we actually need is houses. Yes, the ordinary story that is. And what are we lacking here is very little. They are probably thinking about the next age. They should be, if they aren't there yet. We should be building a stable and then protecting our eco with that. Perhaps a few knights then, as soon as we can afford such a building. So a barracks. What we could expect from them is a castle drop to the middle quite soon, since that's how the game is played. But too bad that they got to prevent the very important 1,000 and 3,000 of ours. Let's carry on with this then, if we have time to make that happen. Still patrolling, as they should. More villages on the way here and there. Perhaps we could move units away from the coal mines now. Because we need a stable and a house, and then wouldn't hurt to have a few extra farms too. So the game may have been a bit sloppy at times, but let's see if we are able to rescue what is left to be rescued. 150 food. Alright, so what do they have? 1,000 of their own, okay. Well, then we should be able to make this happen. But do they have a castle as well? Let's see about that. I don't think it shouldn't take too long for us to get to the next age. Not the perfect farms, but ones that resemble perfect ones. knights and let's see. Oops. Too bad. Flexing would be nice. And then let's see. I'm a bit clueless here, but perhaps that's tolerable. Oops. Let's try to cause some havoc there, if possible, in any case. And then we could use more farms. And few of you could come here to help with this castle. Also, we lost a few knights there too. Let's improve with what we can. Based on the score, they are still producing villages quite nicely. And we should probably try to build a defensive castle. Or I don't know if offensive castle would have made more sense, but we will learn as the game progresses. Teutonic knights, always an excellent choice. Few extra upgrades just to withstand the pressure we might otherwise face. Castle here if there is not one already. And once we get that upgrade, I think we could move to push our opponent if possible. Just like that there, it should be in that much worse stage. Ooh, I didn't notice that. Now then we will build a new one. Well, lost a few villages here and there perhaps, but luckily I know how to create more of them. And you have probably been other resources. So what's our game plan? More villages? Let's see if we can. The shortest path wasn't the greatest, but perhaps next time we will be able to make it work. Additional siege workshop. Extra melee, well, we don't really need that for our siege. Let's see what they have going on here. Carefully. Ooh, have we been idle for long? For quite some time now, sir. Oh, that's oopsie. Okay, let's destroy the castle, get some resources back, and then try with that one. Oops. Try again with a new. 400 stone. We should be able to make that happen. Ooh, trying to fight. Kill my relic. No. Trying to steal my relic. That's what I'm trying to say here. So you two come here and prevent that from happening. If in any way possible. Manager, 2 extra units. Where is the monk? Ah, just like that, we lost the monk. I didn't even realize that they were on Imperial Age as well. But well, now that we do, can we try to keep this safe? We can. Few knights on their way. So they were able to steal the... Ooh, we could try to save that. We could have also tried to save the castle, but we were a bit late to the action. Perhaps it would make sense to create a group of units that could withstand what they have to offer. At least to a point. Since we have somewhat convincing eco, I might say, like we still have the numbers, we should just do something with the resources that we have at our disposal. So let's try to give it a go and see what happens after that. Few extra farms. Right now we don't have much army, as you may be able to tell. But that's going to change soon, because all we need is skirmishers. Some armor for them, and then back to the safety we run. And then we should be able to produce few units. Okay, well this is still alive, so we don't have too much to worry about. Of course we will need a university. That would be nice. Few houses. And then we never got this either. Oopsie. And then the how do we get 400 stone? Well, isn't this a dreadful push? Try to help with that a bit. More villagers here. Extra range for the castles, yes. That's something that we have been longing for quite some time. Ballistics and chemistry would be nice. Have we lost very many catapults on our way? Perhaps we have. Do we still have units incoming? Not too many. So we could afford units that cost, for example, gold. So is that something that we try to do then? Is the question. Shoot. And then we are back in the game. With these easy little steps. I don't know why they would utilize these weak units, but of course they're right. And then we have these strong, angry looking castles. And we could probably drop one there too. Carry on with that. And their push is more or less dead for now again. So all we have to do is keep on producing and prevent them from doing the same. So more woodcutters. These don't matter too much. So let's run away, people. All of you. Here. And then the move that we have been waiting for. The unit that costs gold. And a few houses. And then off we go. There's a castle. Ooh. We could evacuate all of this here. Few extra farms, for example, perhaps might be good. We are a bit late to upgrade these. Like Kalia, why not? And then onwards we go. Alright, we were missing some key upgrades, someone might say. Let's drive these to the rescue, or to the safety. Extra armor against melee damage might be useful eventually, but let's see. Extra visibility at least is useful. We only have 5 idle villagers here now. It's very good. And the only thing keeping us from paladin is gold, so perhaps we could sell a bit of that. And then surprise our opponents with a horde of those. Here you go. And in go. And what's going on here? Ooh, so you moved in. Too bad for you. Too bad for you. Of course, we may have lost a few units that we could have used for our benefit, but you should also lose few units that you think you would like to use. We could have utilized the full of our army, but we were just a bit slow to react to that. Here we go. They have lost few of the units that would have been beneficial for them. We didn't get to the carry on with your work. And you too can carry on with your work. But it feels like we may be slowly losing against the push since we didn't prepare enough units. I don't know if that's the usual case, but that's the case that we are having right now. If we don't have too many units fighting us per se, and we are still floating resources, but we just don't have enough production buildings. And I think that that's going to cost us the game, despite having this huge number of units to begin with. No, we don't actually need scope power. All we need is this. We need other units. And they might have killed a few of our units here. Still leaving a few of them idle. See what's going on here. We are producing a bit too slowly to make this work. But okay, well, this was a good game, and our approach was a bit slow at times. Perhaps that's what cost the game. Zura, only way to win this: get reps now as soon as possible, and Imperial Age unique technology for castle range. Now the problem, of course, is that I'm not sure how many hours ago you said that, since I was way too focused on fixing all the 22 sharp. So that would mean some 10 minutes ago, perhaps. Right. Zura, I texted that when you were almost imp. Yes, and now if I had just taken a bit of wisdom from your advice, this could have looked a bit different game. Because I think that their eco wasn't too good, we just never punished them for that, and being able to control the middle is all you need, basically. So we it would have made sense to create more onages if we wanted that, and then also to have a few spearman line units to protect them against the mass of the arbalest, I'm thinking. But also trebuchets and protecting them. I don't think that I played the map too much here. Oh, we could have gotten that. So I presume that our opponent was behind in eco at some point, but they were focusing on the center and keeping their army together and under control, more or less, and then eventually raiding our eco. And that's very tough thing to turn around. Even though we had the resources, we should have been more careful with the units once we got them. So if we had even if you on siege onages, then it would have made sense to try to follow where they are going and try to make damage with them and have a few trebuchets of our own, and also mass mining the gold instead of sending just a few villages there. But okay, so I presume that this, based on the games I've played so far, the more general they are, meaning that there are multiple ways to play the game, the better off we generally are. And when there's not necessarily a gimmicky, but a map that has some sort of strong factor in it, be it arena with the walls or the outpost, what's the name of the map, with the palisade walls, or this gold pit where there are well thought of practical ways of playing the game, then we get lost. Perhaps I do that because I play this 5D chess in my head and everything's more complicated than necessary. But still, just having the control of the center is an important thing, and I should know that my opponent's going for archers since that's what they did from the get-go. So now focusing on eco was a good idea. Trying to build this town center with just 2 villagers was a bad idea, especially without any protection, because the 4 archers were enough to prevent that from happening. Now I'm thinking, is there a play where people destroy their initial town center and plant it here? Do people ever do that? Of course, you have this close by resources that you will want to protect, and this is very vulnerable for any aggression due to this hill, but just wondering. And now they were faster to the town center in the middle due to the fact that I allowed these 4 feudalate archers to stop me from achieving this. They also are utilizing this center of the map more heavily than we are. And at this stage we could have tried to rush the castle here. There are a few archers, but we had a few knights. If only we sent 20 villagers, for example, here to build a castle, that would have made a difference. So just making notes for future games. Because I think that our approach in general was alright. That this castle should be here. Since they are still lacking a bit of the stone, and they are not, this is the only place where they're collecting stone, so we could have rushed to the castle and taken their second town center out like that. Instead we played it more secure, passive way, and theirs was way better than ours. My castle here would be protected, the builders would be protected by the town center, so I didn't think that really clearly and well. Now they have their onager to make it harder for us to proceed. But we are in a, like, we have a good enough lead, we could have thrown away a few villagers. We are playing, the castle positioning here is playing longer game than is required. We were also very hesitant to trying to figure out which units to go to. So we didn't really go to too many units at all. Lost Mangler here due to the previous orders I had. But yeah, so this castle would not have been prevented if we build it couple of minutes earlier. Okay, so we were first to Imperial Age. We just utilized with 2 castles against 1. We should be able to destroy their castle and everything. But somehow here is the misplay. We are floating 1000 and so resources, but we aren't creating barracks, for example. We have no units to support this siege push. So if we had few pikemen, for example, here, just in case they were thinking about doing any sort of military, say cavalry, for example, this would be really tough for them to stop. And now we have queued 1 trebuchet, second one, and we aren't expecting anything, or we are totally focusing on building more farms or something. But that's why it felt so good, the game. But if we now just had a few spearmen, and if we had created the extra melee armor, as is the specialty for us, then this would have also been a different game. Because now we are losing everything. We are losing the castle, we haven't even unpacked the trebuchet yet. We are losing the mangonels, so I think that I wasted too much time playing outside this view, where the action commences. So if this was the only map area I was allowed to play in, then this game would have been somewhat different. Because we are still having surprisingly good engagements, despite the fact that we are totally neglecting this area. Even just these outer units are doing the work. We aren't utilizing this, we aren't creating any military, we are still floating a couple of thousand of resources. Might have been a bit painful to watch at times, because we have a commanding villager lead and everything. But being a first time Cold Bit player, I'm allowing us that. And finally we have the buildings we could have built 10 minutes ago. And it's only now that the tide is turning. Right, of course, now it has been turning earlier, but they lost their castle too. We still have 1, this is their only trebuchet. Like, we had more trebuchets, we could have been focusing on them. And now we got 1 of those pairs, but still. All they have is 50 archers, which is a very respectable number, but it's not something that destroys buildings too much. So, what now happens is that we lose loads of our eco, we lost our position, we don't have the onagers in place to prevent these archers from advancing, and then we are building a defensive castle when we could have built a castle here. Okay, but this was really good game to witness or rewatch, because it feels like we have enough knowledge to make it work. So it's just execution. We were slow to do things, and here we are focusing on the wrong thing. They still don't have an additional castle. This is the only firepower that they have. We are not producing spearmen to save the onager. We're just wasting units. And though we are still floating, we aren't producing any units that would, we could have also used militia line, because we have the barracks. Well, 2 barracks, but still. Like my friend said, Billy Himmeli said, it's very painful to watch when I have as much army as I have these production buildings. So in this case we have 2 barracks. Okay, now we have 3 barracks, and we have 2 pikemen. Now 3 pikemen, and few more on the way. Perhaps that's very correct statement to make. And we are lacking the armor for these last 2 armors, so this wasn't very fair fight. But the fact that they were able to utilize the trebuchet for, like, they have been 5 minutes without a castle, and they still have a trebuchet that we can't really contest. It's a bit a depressing thing to witness. And then we are throwing away more of these units without getting very good results. It's only against this cavalry. And then we didn't have any defensive units later on, and they would have made sense and would have perhaps changed the things, or at least they would have given us more time. But alright, this is still going surprisingly well, as these strategizing or strategy demanding maps are something that I don't think are too much of a strength for us. Of course, that's also because we have been playing Arabia. That's one of the maps I played against AI, and we have played against AI. And that's the standard, which has very common ways of playing that. So even here, when we are making this pushback, we are still leading in villager numbers. All we need is some more stone, for example, to carry on with the castles, and few trebuchets, because now they are producing them and they are floating wood. But I wouldn't say that they should necessarily win at this stage or at this position if we played it better. Even at this position, like, but it would be nice to see, to be able to drop someone, some pro player like Zura at this position, or not this exact position, but like 5 to 10 minutes earlier, when Zura texted about the time to utilize the Imperial Age text and build trebuchets. That was of course 20 minutes before this also. But not only be able to try ourselves how we could approach this differently and what sort of result we might get from that, but also see if we are in a position where we can't make it work, but some more capable player could. Because now their army is in place, and this is slowly coming to an end. So I think we were able to open this short window for comeback, but we would have had to produce more units than we did. But if we were able to spend all our resources in an instant to create 40 or so skirmishers and 20 halberdier, for example, perhaps afford to very useful upgrades too, then we would have been able to stall this for a while with the help of some trebuchets. But now they are finally at the they have reached the villager numbers and also surpassed us with the resources collected. But it was a nice hold, even if we were able to hold mostly because they were focusing on the center base. We should also have been focusing our plays. I don't think that our 4 castles total were very well placed, since they didn't affect the game too much. And Ganof also had a really nice APM when time asked for one. Alright. Just check that we are alright, we will have to quit this, and then we should be able to hop back to the game, unless it has crashed, which is something that happens every now and then, so why not? So there's something. Let's give it a second to see if it manages to resume from this. Well, while we are waiting for some certain software to reappear for our entertainment, we are able to verify other things, such as are there any important messages that we should react to. And can we get the game to run is the second question. Time to but times like this is also times such as these are the ones where I enjoy the fact that we have this neat camera system in place. I should document that at some stage too, just so you know how things look from my point of view, not only in the game but in real life too. Because then you know that things work even though the screen is blackish, as it sometimes actually is. So we are based so yeah, it wasn't outpost but hideout. I would say that based on the success that we have had so far, Arabia is something that where we can manage. It's probably like still close to 50-50 whether we are able to turn a map to our, or the game to our victory, but when comparing to Arena, which is 0-15 perhaps, or something along that lines, we have played few dozen games on Arena already, lost always, or Hideout, which we have only played 3 or 4 times but still lost all of them, and Golden Pit or other Gold Rush variant that we have played a couple of times but lost. The difference is notable. Then Haboob and Land Madness is something we haven't played yet, but I think that we might still have a better chance on an open sort of map like this. But let's see. Slowly we should be able to learn about the maps and their differences and the ways we can actually play them to make it work, but I'm afraid we aren't there just yet. But when comparing, so it was sort of like day 2 or 3 or something when we played the Cold Pit. It has been 2 rounds of map pools since that was last present. So I would say that our gameplay was way better than it was back then. And now don't verify that by watching the game. Just take my word on this, because the way I remember the last game being was that we hardly had a chance. We had a very clever attempt of mining the gold near my enemy's base, and then they accidentally found out and made us pay. Then captured the center of the map, and there we were, struggling. Alright, Hideout. We have a few clever ways to play this that end up us losing the game, that lead up us losing the game, but Let's see if we can make something different happen this time. Ears are inside. Good luck, have fun. It still takes some thinking, even though I'm trying to get to this. Thanks you do, says deekzor. That's very nice. So being a sheep doesn't mean that I necessarily know how to type good luck, have fun correctly without thinking, but that's obviously going to change eventually. There might be some field orders here too, but we don't know them yet. So we are just going to try to make it work as we go. Two boars right next to each other, one llama still waiting for additional orders. Dun, 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 dun. Could we even build our lumber camp here? Just to shake things up a bit. Like, what's the worst that could happen? Let's find out. Okay, one more step. No, the wrong direction. We need more houses. Here they are. Let's run away. Hope they don't see us. Well, that was close. Oof. Could have cost us the game. And who are we playing against? Bulgarians. Whereas we are Burmese. Right. We're supposed to... no. Well, that wasn't very good, but it wasn't terrible either. Or let's put it that way, I have seen worse. So we have 3 lumber millers doing the work, putting in the effort. And could some of them please drop the food required? Thank you very much. Oh, sorry, the wood required. For a while I was afraid that we managed to kill the boar with the town center, but then I remembered that we have played this game before and we will never do a mistake such as that. That would be such a simple mistake that we shouldn't be doing anything of the sort. Do we have enough food? Soon, okay. Alright, and up we go. And then we should probably try to get some extra wood too. Now the benefits, Burmese. So monks are good, but it would also be nice to utilize the elephants. I don't know if we are going to get the eco for that ever. Okay, and one more go. That's good enough. And then the struggles, and you too. And the struggles. Few extra units. Hold on, could we try to need just few extra villages here. Now the thinking process we have here is that when they push our eco, they would attack the walls, and if they do, then right, houses, yes. And then we would get some additional benefits from that, such as being able to tolerate the push because so little of our eco is within the walls, perimeter of the walls. Then we don't need this either. Okay. So you drop that, you eat that. And after that you go for the carry pushes. Yes. Masterful. Masterful play again. Now we are still going to need some buildings, perhaps. A market would be nice. And also tolerate a blacksmith, presumably. Few extra villages. They are still on Dark Age. What does that tell to us? More berries. We didn't actually need the farm upgrade, even though we did it. But well. So they are aiming for a fast castle, I reckon, based on the fact that they were slow to get up. And we are also trying to do that, but we are just being more cunning about this whole issue. Well, let's collect some stone while we are at it. Do we have enough food here? No, we don't. But that's why we have a market. A few extra villagers to help with any issues we might get or face. And then we should be able to sell those, buy a little, and little by little we should be off. Now once you are done with that, you can move out. Which way are they going to come? The other way probably. Let's kill that and think about that later. Because what we will want to do is create a town center of 2, town center or 2. But it would be nice to know what they are planning to do. Okay, so that's stable. So they are doing cavalry units. Or they are thinking about Bulgarians. So scouts would be expected, but perhaps you can help with that. It has been such a peaceful game so far. So let's hope not all of these die when they move out to the black unknown reality of the map. So we have namely 11 people on food because they are carrying the food with them. Okay, so doesn't have to actually be any sort of productive thing. Good to know. Could this be a nice position for a town center? Why not? Why not? And then we could probably try to drop the They're even faster to that than us. But right, so we need some food. And let's see we can. So this is the second place. We don't have. Ooh, no. Just passing. How come they found us out so easily? This is the most terrible day of my life. Right away, scouting all the great defenses that we didn't actually have in place. Well, it doesn't matter too much. Except for the fact that we are now letting them in. And perhaps you could try to build that. Oh, right, we have been idle for quite some time. So this is not what you want, usually. Just so you know if you haven't been watching too carefully. And soon we should have enough stone for a castle, for example. Now we can abandon the base. So why not? There's nothing of importance for us there. And it should take them a while to get out. So this is the most cleverest play of all time. Now we just have to focus not to produce from that town center. Right, we need more wood. Okay, so no, why are you here? Well, so 300 food. We should probably be producing more than we currently are. But well, and they know the existence of this town center. They might presume that we have others. This is a very clever way to play the game, I must say. Okay, so a few extra villagers because we may be lacking behind just a bit. No room for a farm there. This is a perfect place. This is as good as any. And then barracks, yes. Town watch would be nice, but more than anything we could use additional villagers. That we are not allowed to have. A crepost. It's going to take them a while. A few villages here and there, but they should lose plenty of more. Nope, not from that side, please. From there. And then we could delete these farms and carry on the task as per usual. And there you go. And what's going on here? Well, we could have perhaps prevented that from happening, but we couldn't have prevented that from happening as a total. There are only so many things you can do. So now we have a defensive castle at our disposal. Very nice. And that's about it. We could do a town watch. No, if that's what we want. And they shouldn't be in quite convincing lead. But we are alright. Just couldn't fit that there. Perhaps we could try to create one villager here too. Just to give us some extra safety. No, this is going to take a while without crepos, without fletching, right. So there still are a few relics on the field. I don't know how they allowed that to happen. Extra house just in case. We are ever able to utilize that, and now we should be able to get rid of this. Alright, well, this is a very nice practice game that we are playing. Let's see if we have what it takes to close it within some tolerable time period, because we are down to 28 villages, and I think that our opponent has few more than that working for them. How come this isn't shooting? Huh. Well, that's odd. Okay. Oh. There you go. Let's see if we can get that relic there. Now they are probably scouting the map, just to see if there's something that we might have going for us. Not knowing that we actually don't have too much. Or, of course, if they're watching the score, like, at all. Oh no. The positioning of some of these buildings has been suboptimal. Build that and then you carry on there. Right? Slowly getting there. We could try to get... I'm not sure if there's a way for us to get anywhere. Oh no. So one almost down. Oh no. Oh no. We failed. GG, well played. Okay, so the idea to spread your eco may be sound, but it takes more practice for us to be able to pull off. When comparing the bases at this stage, for example, we are at 4 town centers, but so the problem with that is that all the time spent moving about the map and not building the largest army too. Not building the eco gives our opponent a noticeable lead, as you may have been able to witness if you watched really carefully for the last minutes. Because oops, here. Because the way they approach this game is probably quite more simple. And if only we had few, like since we scouted the stable, we could have created a spearman or two instead of trying to play it in this greedy fashion as we did and attempted to do. I don't think we should have lost too many villagers to the early aggression that they threw at our way. But in a sense, this start was really nice. We were able to, let's see, what do they know about the world. Okay, so they know where we are. Ooh, Alt D. Combined port, okay. Alright. And our left. Okay, slowly getting there. So they don't know about these buildings. Right. 23 up. 2 in the queue, and then they are practicing or preparing the scouts play. Oh, and they even managed to scout this. I don't know if is this auto scouting play based on the movement. Okay, well, it's good that auto scout feature is or exists, so people can find out this, and like this as well. Took me a while to realize, and the auto scout just arrived, so it was good for our opponent that they used that. We have lost 2 villagers to 2 scouts due to the fact that we tried to be clever here and lost to an auto scout. And then there are villagers coming our way, dropping a prepost. Took us a while to realize that too. And then if only we had like a single unit here, we could have perhaps prevented that from happening. Now down 9 villagers, and the simultaneous attacks on the other vulnerable townsenders, fair enough, so they only have 3 scouts, 2 knights, spearmen, so forth, and it's enough for them to make the game. But deekzor is playing cleverly, even healing the knights, so that's cute. When they could have just stayed here, just constantly go in, hop back, in and out. And here's the ram push that we were ill prepared for and were unable to stop, and that was game. After half an hour, I don't think we should have continued to play for this long, but hopefully at the cost of your and deekzor's time, we were able to find some basic truths about this map, such as this outsourcing may not work, especially in time of auto scout, and then making some army is probably beneficial too, because our game plan revolved around the fact that we are able to lull our opponent in the sense that we have something here, and by letting the scouts in, well, they knew that we had nothing there, so they didn't spend any time or resources attacking our walls or harassing our not eco And with the help of Autoscout, they were able to find out that we had expanded outwards the walls, and since we have had no protection there, it was a very dull game, presumably. But it was nice touch that they started with the Krepost and then followed with the siege, the rampush, even garrisoning pikemen just in case. So it was nice play, but hopefully they got to practice something here as well. Let's see actually. Are we playing, did we face a veteran or someone new to the game? Based on the public sources, we would make an educated guess that deekzor has played almost 1000 games on one versus one. So that's quite experienced player, at least when comparing to the level I'm playing at. So GG. And now let's see, are we still working just fine? Forgot to check the statistics on capture age, but we will get there. But yes, largest army 2. So this was like a sort of meme play without memes. So if you want to see more meme playing, then perhaps it would make sense to check out Poop Lord or Bini Bong Baron, because the execution still lacks a bit here. Or these are more accidental, accidental meme plays, but might have been that our opponent second guessed the choices that we made. It's a possibility at least, that perhaps we had a game plan and they just didn't get that. Or they were able to very cleverly break the plan that we had, which is of course true since we lost so clearly, so convincingly. Alright. Now we have a sleeping cat or waiting for their play partner to return from their virtual reality cat. Based on the years, it's the movement of the years, it's the ladder, but let's presume we can play some more. So it would make sense to play the hideout in a more traditional sense and not trying to be too clever. Or if we are, like if we did expand outside the walls, then we should also prepare some units like the pikemen, just to stop any cavalry from approaching or killing us too easily. Haboob, an incredibly open and spacious desert with little to no opportunities to secure your resources. Forests are sparse, exposed and challenging to defend. Perhaps this is more to our liking then. And shouldn't take too long. Also, I expect. So Khmer against the Mayans. The good thing about Khmer is that we get to put our farms wherever we please. So it just so happened that we. So you go there, you build the second house, and then you go there. I'm practicing with it. We have so far lost games, yes, but not one game was lost because of this house building habit that we're trying to form here. Until someone like Spirit of the Law tells us, we haven't watched, so it might be that he has already told us that this wastes resources because the single villager gathering food from the herdables means that the rotten amount of food is far too great. Good luck, have fun. Why is that? Okay. Well, there are always some new villagers eager to make something happen. So where is the wood? Alright. Khmer, ballista elephants, and faster moving elephants, and scorpions with extra range. That's good. Mayans with their archers at least. But this time we don't need no positions here instead. We don't need no pikemen, so that's something that's going our way. It probably is also true that oh, they are sheep. Good. I was just about to say that they may not be extra sheep, but they were just waiting for us to discover them. Okay, more people on wood. Then run! Run! Well, oops. Well, we still have the new found goat to work with. It's time to make loom and right. So lesson learned: if we are shooting from the using the Townsend fire, then we shouldn't shoot in any other fashion, lest the hunt dies due to the fire. Alright, then we are soon housed too. Let's see how long that soon is. Well, few seconds doesn't count too much. But we are giving some edge to our opponent, that's for sure. No, 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 no. Ellie, shoot. Thank you. Oh, I was so worried for just quite some time. Worried that the ostrich would run away. Okay, well, let's get back to this pushing business, and then few extra villagers, and then hope that we can make it count. Dun, 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 dun. We still haven't utilized the berries at all. So we actually need the second building because we were lacking this. Right. Didn't think of that. Right. Right. And also we wanted to get to the feudal age. So many things that we wanted. So few things that we got. Na. There is still someone idle. Why is there? Oh yeah, because they couldn't reach that goat of ours. IamLTYea. I'm not sure what that means. Well, eventually I learn, such as how to communicate when winning games. It's just that we have lost so much that we didn't have a clue of the etiquette as learned previously in this very same channel. And wait there for some time. What? Okay. Right, few extra villagers here and there. Your mission is to build archer range. Very good. You could build a house. Oh, because we can also hop to the houses. Yes, we must remember that. Or else. They were just a few seconds behind, so they're probably trying to attend the fast castle. Unless they had a terrible start as well. Let's see. Few gold miners. And then we will want to start the farming game. As soon as we are able to, let's try to save some. Ooh, but we want this as well. Oh, so many things that we want. Ooh, and they are this close. House walling, okay. Well, that's the clever thing to do. So why not? We should probably also prepare some houses just to be able to hop into security if need be. But well, few extra villagers, and then can build the house there. You can build a house there. And what else? More farms. Gold mining, okay. Let's play a bit feudal age if we still have time to do that. Might be that we are late. Let's see. Few extra good colors there. And what do they have there? Oh no. Okay, well it doesn't matter if they locate the archer range now. We are still soon going to be in the next era. That's their scout. Ooh, and what do we have here? Some archers coming our way. What a terrible thing for them to do of them. Few villagers. Ooh, they're already on stone. Okay. And a few skirmishers. Let's try to keep a tab on those. You don't actually need gold too much. Oh, sorry, stone so much. That's just a yeast. Don't need an archer either. Oh, sorry, skirmisher. They didn't have upgrades either. Okay. So we shouldn't be too afraid. few extra units just to give us easier pass to the next stage. Few archers, and this should be still alright. Now we... Oh. Probably. Oh, I was about to rush the farmers, but then I realized that we don't have to, since we get this. Do they have upgrades already? Okay, up we go. And this should be a plenty to defend against what they have to throw at our way. Then we will need stable. They will probably just rotate. So let's keep a few of our units around. Few skirmishes, and then we will start the elephant spam. Soon enough. Okay, well, we can't leave all of you, but well, some of you. And then we are late to the stone game, but perhaps you could start that. Let's see where the castle is coming, and when the castle is coming. So a few skirmishers, armor for our elephants. Oops, well, back to the safety you go. And then we can build. Let's carry on there for a while. I don't think they've utilized the castle age too much, but it could just be me. Let's build this there. And oops. Yes. Few elephants. Upgrade our skirmishers. We can afford all of this. No, we don't do this because we want to have a real town center here. And a house. Well, we will get that soon. Okay. Just rambling now. More villages in Haboob. And due to the fact that they were show the elephant necessarily. They're still lacking the ballistics, is that right? Could be. Oh, yeah, because we never created those elite skirmishers, right? Back to work. And you can try to collect some coal. Buy some of the units. Do they have a defensive castle in place now? That's what I'm wondering. Presumably, since we have seen nothing to counter that. Okay. Ah, these elephants. What a great set of units. What a great asset to have. Dun, dun, dun. Still haven't seen mounts from them. Okay. But they're probably on the work or working. Oh, should we buy some stone? Perhaps we should. Let's hope we can make this work. Husbandry is nice. Elite skirmishers would be nice, but we need... Oh well, you have been idle for quite some time perhaps. I think we try to make that work better for our benefit. And in we go, losing the region, not losing to do. It's alright. And back to work. See if we can make this work before they hurt us again. And perhaps it would make sense to get down watch also to see a little our surroundings, because they are... Oh no. How dare they kill us when we are trying to be nice. Oh, having downwatch is just great. And then eventually we should be able to get the castle that we so hope to get. Get to have. So house we need, they say. We have many idle people. 2 superior skirmishers, that's very good. So let's get the relics back home. Let's see if we can get this one too. And then perhaps it's time to try to build that as well, just to give us some extra tools to work with. A monk, yes. More houses. Devotion just in case. Well, the time when we utilized market are long past, so we are perhaps a bit late with the castle, but let's do it soon once we get the manual on the field. We'll try to feed that in. Alright, okay, in we go. Ooh, so that's Imperial Age for you. Ooh. Okay. So the castle works. Oh. Imperial Age on the way. What are they doing that we aren't? Oops, well, perhaps they aren't idling as much eco to begin with. University, new houses, and then carry on with the long you have to be waiting for tasks to attend to, but extra attack for battle elephants, that sounds reasonable. And what else? There's a trebuchet. Now if we are just focus on building a few units. Where is that? Ballistics is nice. Oh, to the safety. Okay, well I was a bit late to that. So. I could have tried to. Don't you dare go there. We still need you. Great. Alright, so that was the only stone that we had. Okay. That makes sense. But luckily that's not the game. So all we need is small stables to produce from. And then we will need the elite battle elephant 2 to support us a bit. Perhaps we are a bit late to that. Oh no, it seems that our mega boom was not enough, since we only have 2 buildings to produce from, and that might not be enough. Well, you live, you learn, and so forth, as they say. And suddenly the dream is dead. Or is it? Too bad we don't have the market anymore, so we can't really utilize the huge amount of gold that we have. Alright, GG, well played. We could have played better, but it was due to our opponent's great skills that we weren't able to. So they have 3,000, there's few farms, this one army that they have. Okay. So nice boom by us, but we should have focused on building the numbers. Like having 8 military units is not enough at this level, it seems. And also like having a plan for what to do with the units that we get. So that would be nice. Also we spent quite much resources when we could have tried to get to the at least faster Imperial Age, and tried to like utilize the eco that we thought that we had at that point. So that would have been one way to play the game. After seeing that our opponent is relying on partial play. Some clever attacks might also have been a good idea. I reckon, since they were playing quite open. Hold on now. Alright, so where is the mic again? Those we don't need. That's alright. Well, the mic is on, so why is the sound so low? It's my very good question at this stage. Right, just a second. I'll try to see if there's something that we could try to low at some stages, and then huh. It just start mumbling or something, but I don't get it. Could be the cable, but then again the cable doesn't move too much during the game, so that would be odd. We have more things that are odd than things that are considered to be normal. Any better? Not really. So what else do we have to play with? Well, since we are or on the verge of a pause in any case, we can spend the time trying to see if there are some things we could try to. Let's set this to disabled. This is still active, very good. I'm just trying to verify that we don't have any nasty settings that would try to adjust the microphone volume, for example, during the game, since we sometimes have more quiet moments and sometimes we end up speaking more. It would be sad if that would be the reason why we sometimes lose the microphone sound volume. Alright, and then let's also verify the monitors. This is very odd to me that and that it doesn't now we aren't talking about the game, but the fact that when I am here monitoring my sound or my voice here on the streaming utility, it sounds like it's strong enough, but on the other end, the stream that you are witnessing and enjoying the best you can, that's a slightly different matter, because for some reason there the microphone quality isn't quite as strong, and it sounds like I'm talking from meters apart, and I'm not as of yet sure why that would be the case. Let's see. So I can try to monitor these both, and what happens now? Dun 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 dun. They're still more or less in balance. because I can hear the game sounds, I believe, quite well. Dun, 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 dun. So what happens when we are trying to publish all this is the next question. And let's put this off. That looks about right. And then that's not what we need. So let's verify the settings once again. Audio bitrate. Right, let's improve that a bit. And then, sorry for the on-stream debugging. This might not be too this might not be too exciting, but if this helps us fix the issues, then that's of course very valuable for the future streams. And how are things at your end then? Better? But I'm still not sure why that would be the case. Okay, but let's give it a go. So we have some relaxing sounds here. Alright, well, this needs further research, as things usually do. Now the almost silent microphone issue might be fixed for good again. Fingers crossed. Just to let you know, just to let all of you people know who haven't been able to listen or have found this lacking due to the inaudibility of the host. Alright, but let's see. We could have also tried to raid their wood line, sorry. They even built a tower here. We could have built a tower for ourselves. Of course, now we have only lost one villager so far, but it's going to change eventually. And they are 10 villagers ahead, which is not something that we could normally consider a good position to be in. Sometimes yes, but almost not. Almost always not. We are also collecting more gold than we actually need. We have very little use for gold. Having few elephants was... Oh yeah, so we have been able to kill two. Right, because the scout, I was looking the wrong statistics as per usual. So our 2 elephants raid team was enough to kill a few extra villagers. Now if only we had spent some extra resources to create, for example, 5 elephants, that would have been not game, but a different story. Since they only had 1 monk at the moment, I don't think they ever created more than 1 monk. And we are respecting these archers too much here. I think they could afford a castle, so where is it, or what's keeping them from doing that? in the monastery. This was really daring move, and she soon lost her life. And now we are equal in villager kills. But our boom has been better, so the thing we have been learning here is to trying to keep some town centers producing. It's not something we always manage to do, but sometimes at least. So despite the investment that they did so far, they have been able to get 2 relics, and they have been able to kill all of 7 villagers, but still we are leading in villager numbers. So the thing we are missing is, for example, ballista elephants. If we had them in numbers, this group of archers wouldn't have been too good. And this castle should have been built here, since they had the presence. But they have had very little going on for them. So, like, they were in a timer, and we, instead of doing like prioritizing imperial age, for example, we are doing devotion for our elephants, so the single monk wouldn't kill that. So those are the sort of misplays that we had during the game. We could have built a few more mangonels too, just to make it harder for them to push with their armies. But now we are only just clicking up. If we had clicked up earlier and were producing trebuchets, for example, this would have looked different. Now we have 50 more villages, but very little to defend with, and this is just going to crumble very soon. Very weird game, and it's odd to me that they are not protecting the wood line. But then again, perhaps they see no reason for that, so why not? And here I'm misplaying the mangonel. But just having a few elephants did a huge difference, in a sense that now that they are throwing few archers away because they don't respect our castles, that's going to die soon anyway. And now they have 2 monks. But our eco is in Tatars. So the second castle should have been here, for example, to make a dent, sort of. So we are now behind in villagers, but we have been behind in resources collected due to all this idle time. 3000 gold that we have no need for because they destroyed our market, so we couldn't utilize that. But nice try. 11 elephants, 7 archers, and 6 skirmishers. Weren't elite skirmishers, that we actually had 2 of only. Weren't quite enough to turn the game to our favor, but boy did they try. There were a few upgrades that we could have delayed, like they didn't have Bosha at any stage of the game, so this was a very aggressive push in a sense. Perhaps they forgot about that. I'm not sure how many reasons they had. Yeah, they were floating at this stage, and now just queuing more villages. Oh yeah, right, that was a thing that we could also do. But since our push was underwhelming, is the word that I tend to use to describe our military potence, that re-boom of theirs, or the continued boom, was not necessary. Right, so let's see, 2 castles. They were really very quick player as well. When the times were challenging and asked for swiftness, they were able to deliver. But very simple game from their end. Just archers and trebuchets. Push your opponent and that's a game. So perhaps Haboob is the next map that we are going to face with dread. Alright, I'll take a short break and see what's... Now we are under 900, we haven't been there before, ever before. have we been there. So the battle is on to see if our brain still has what it takes to get back to the level where we once were, which was 1.1k elo. Back then, when hold on, the microphone issues is back. Alright, let's try a different thing. Just a moment. Let's do it like this. Hop. Okay. Now we are back to where we once were. Perhaps now. So, all right. One of these days we are going to have a stream where we are just going to practice these different settings and how they play together, like streaming software settings. But now we are back to this old-fashioned audio interface. Now, of course, with the chains that we have adjusted a few things here on this OBS software side, and let's see if that makes any difference. But all right, I'll have a quick break, few minutes, make some decaffeinated coffee, and then see if we have it in us to still get back to the game. Let's and let's see if we have chance to hear each other too once I get back. But you can tell me, you can tell that I'm speaking by the picture on the camera, and the words you can presumably guess if you have been watching in the previous days that our military presence was underwhelming, for example, and things like that. All right, be back in a bit. Well, this may be hard to believe, but back we are. Once when I was a little bit younger than I am currently, I had, or we had at my home, since I was still living with my parents as a kid, I had some people in a sleepover, and then I went to fetch some food or late night snack from a different floor than where we were staying and supposedly sleeping at that hour, and then fell asleep on the couch, never to return. Come morning, I of course did, but my friends did starve, but didn't starve to death that night. And if you have been starving for some quality Age of Empires 2, well, starve no longer, because we have you covered. Maybe a tall ask, but that shouldn't be. Let's see. Here's the cam as promised. And some very crucial monitoring activity too. So if we do nothing, nothing breaks. That's a very important lesson to take for future people. Hold on. Oh no, just a second. I'll run and I'll be back. Back we are, and we didn't even miss a game. Who knew? It's not too often that we are able to leave the computer and then return to it within the same minute. But now we did. Land Madness, so another map we have never played. Resources scattered across the map, and forests surrounded by unbuildable rugged terrain. Bowling is nearly impossible, and military presence will be crucial, as they say. Now, that should suit our playstyle, but let's see. Ooh, good luck, have fun. Oh, but I was only talking to my team. Well, it was a nice attempt. And Georgians. Oh, and we also get this berry bush. Okay. Let's try again. Bojnikudardan is our opponent. Good luck, they wish for us, and that's very nice thing to do. So the mule card we get from the get-go, so that's good. Who are we facing? Persians. Okay, so we are not probably expecting to be deuced here, but wouldn't be too surprised if that happens. Ooh, and perhaps we could even scout. Can we push deer with the with this mule? I don't know. Doesn't feel like they care too much. Oh, well. Perhaps we can still scout a bit. And tell our own scout to go the opposite direction. Ooh, but we could get hunt. Right? Right. So, have a mule cart. Carry regeneration. We also get monaspa. Okay, some idle time but thoughts. What can you do? We could probably try to get some hunt. We'll carry on with that. Then build a house and then we will talk. Oh. Okay, Zura, not impossible, just very difficult regarding the walling. And ooh, Georgians. That's where I'm from. Well, yes. Well, and I never thought about that because you mentioned Georgia, so yes. But Georgians is a whole different thing in my head. But I'll try to honor your circumstances, your home country, by playing at least, if not in a very good meta way, but by not playing in a stupid fashion. That's what we are aiming to do at this hour. Not to play stupidly, because Georgians wouldn't do that. All the not one of the Georgians I'm familiar with would play stupidly. So so we both are a cavalry civilization. But we do get some archers that we can try to play with. So that's what we will do. Ooh, extra herdables. Might be that they were ours to begin with, but well, sometimes you know things. Okay, let's make loom and then try to get up with the little, with what little we have. May have misplayed a few things, such as leaving the other boar. Are there two boars on the map? Not necessarily. Okay. Well, in any case, up we go. And then it's time to create a cunning plan. But have you played Georgians yourself, Zura? What was the question I had in my mind? Like, do you have the DLCs? What was it now? The Mountain Kings or something required for such? And if yes, then have you built a great plan for them already? And if you don't, then how can you resist the temptation of playing as a fellow countryman? Hello, cat. Doop, 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 doop. We were playing just a while ago, and I'm curious to see whether our play is still supposed to commence. So barracks is what we need, and then we will add a few farms, and we were supposed to do some hunting too, but we are still learning how the game works, so that's why it didn't happen as of yet. Perhaps we can change that soon. Few villagers there, very good. And then great victory for our people. So perhaps you can come here too, and then extra farm just to support our constant production of units. And now we get to test whether this acts as a meat cart too. We also have 2 barracks now. Okay, let's hope that there's... Oh, but their scout is dead. Well, Georgians, of course, they just want to double everything, like with double securons. So it makes sense. So this is going to be a super fast surprise rush sort of thing, if someone asks. And you should, of course, ask. Okay, so this works. Alright, so that's what we will do again. And just a few archers go a long way, and then few farms. And nice to see that you are still alive, or that at least that you were still alive. And also hoping that we are still audible, at least to a degree. Good. And no worries if you are busy doing something else besides answering the obscene statements. Alright, so they have woodcutters there. Are they already fully walled or planning to do? Oh, but we need gold. Right. That makes sense. That makes some sense. We need houses, we need gold. Everything's going fine, but we didn't need this amount of spearmen necessarily, but now that we have it, we are of course happy to have them on board. Few extra villagers there. This spearman can help us. Well, isn't this a clever play? Okay, away you run. And then we can think what to do next. We could use some extra. Well, I don't know if we care too much about the tower. You could probably try to kill it like that. Dun dun dun. Single villager tower rush is usually a bad idea. Don't know about you, but just if you ever wonder what to do, then that's not probably the play you wanna do. Meanwhile, sadly we had this terrible play here as well, but this is a bit throwish perhaps. But alright. So carry on as per usual. Ooh! They have more villagers? Okay. But now the question is, do we care about this tower or not? I say that we don't, but I may be wrong, because we are about to go up. Do we have the buildings for that? Soon we should have. they may be going up as well, of course. But oh, we have been idle for quite some time, perhaps. But nothing to worry about. Everything goes according to the plan. And then we can carry on with the gold gathering. Now what's going on here? And how's this going down? Well, nothing too major. Well, I'm glad that they are trying something different. And then we go for the offense. So let's see what they have here. Da da da, it's just passing, don't you mind. Da 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 da. So we have a stable, and we should be in a quite good situation. Like being Georgians gives us slight edge here, as you may know, because since we are able to escape with our eco, just like that. So let's just build a few more farms, and then things are going rather fine here. Extra towers, we don't mind. Perhaps one day we will, but the day is not today. Because they are basically throwing away units at this, or resources at this stage. It's still empty, let's see about that. And then I think we should just run to their eco with what we have. Perhaps we could, the town center here, you could help here. It's very important mission for you. Oh, and we should produce more units. And here they are. Oh no 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 no. Okay, you get to farm there instead. And more horses. Little do they know, there's night coming their way. So while this is happening, I'm not too worried. Of course, we could use some extra wood or extra food, perhaps. Right, you destroy that and then you carry on with the farms. Oops! Well, that explains why they weren't focusing on defending those units. Well, then away we run. But as you can tell, it was very good for us. In any case, we can always move here, presumably. Kill more units here and there. Perhaps get a few extra knights if possible. And then the villager can come here. In you go, and goodbye. Because that makes no difference for us. At least that doesn't make too much of a difference for us. Let's see if we can build that before we lose all that's valuable to us. But I think that they should be in a bit more pain currently than we are. But then again, I may not be watching carefully enough, since they have really nasty units here and there. Okay, and carry on. Few farms. No, let's try the way. And more knights perhaps, here and there. Okay, let's move there. Oh, they're using that farm too. What's going on here? Okay. Few quite weak ones. Back to work. Ooh, new villagers. I don't care about that. So let's just get new people on the task. That's alright for us. We still will lose the swordman there. Few extra knights. Let's see what's going on here. Idling their eco. Hello. Ah, okay, we shouldn't worry about that too much either. Some few things that we need to worry about. So these are the farms that you can use. And I don't think they have, like, they may not realize that, but I don't think they have too much going for them. All you need is few knights now and you win, says Zura, and I'm fond to believe. Well, thank you for sharing your thinking in this case too. Ooh, more farms. Perhaps we could afford just a few. Dun dun dun, then we will get rid of that nasty. Ooh, are we idling here? That's too shabby. Oh, that's not too shabby. Oop. I don't know. Okay, well, perhaps we could kill those. Oh, that farm was a bad idea, but few knights here to help with the... Do we still have a market? No, we don't. Okay, well, let's buy ourselves to the next age then. Because Imperial Age is exactly what we need. Run! No. Perhaps the only way they can get back to the game is if we let them boom. So it might also be a good idea to give us a chance to boom ourselves. Few extra knights, so why postpone? But is not required to be postponed. Any farmers here or there? Doesn't look like that. How are things around here then? I'm surprised that they don't have any monks, for example. Alright. Hello? GG. Thank you, bojnikudardan, for... Oop, I was about to resign. That would be a very Smurfy thing. It was a nice try. Ooh, so bojnikudardan says, I lost, never played 1 versus 1 before. Welcome aboard. Hope you enjoy your stay. I only just started rank ladder a few weeks ago. Been such a fun experience despite all the losses. I on the So bojnikudardan, I'm way better in team. I, on the other hand, don't think I am. But I presume that this for example works way better in a team game. A teammate to aid. So a teammate to aid with knights or scouts make a difference. I'm glad that you started to play 1 versus 1 as well. It only gets better as you go. That's some chatting, and now we are about to lose our town center and everything. And that, of course, we can't stand. Oh well, that's a bit daring, university. But we can pull it off, so. Bojnikudardan. Yes, hope so, cause I lost all 1 versus 1 games tonight. Hey, I am down 0-20 on arena, so. Some of the maps are really tricky. I have come to know this. And people usually have some sort of clever plan they are trying to commit to. And if you don't, too bad. But there's still room for victories. I think that you will look back a few weeks and see the difference. And thanks for the team game. And bojnikudardan, I have no clue what to do 1 versus 1. I may not be one to. Oh, losing villages left and right. May not be one to give good clues, but helps to watch some pros play. If you haven't already. Bojnikudardan says, but with 2 versus 2 I'm way better. And I think that is actually the case too. So that when their teammate gives some tips and is able to give support here, for example, then it's a different story. It is way harder to stop if you are 2 versus 1, for example. So if my teammate is going for fast castle approach and then I get tower rushed and also man-at-arm rushed and they have their teammate to help them with that, and mine is just fully walled, for example, then it's going to be that much harder to stop, and in that fashion the 2 versus 2 is also likely easier. Just keep on playing and it will slowly come to you. And it's a different way you get to watch others' games when you have been there, I reckon. So it also helps the more you play to get ideas and see why some work and some don't. Well, this is really nice, and also means that the ELO tells a different story now. If we just, of course, well, I don't know how many people quit Age of Empires ever so often, but it's nice to see people who are just starting the game. So it's imp time, because that means that there are new people that dare to join the ladder, for example, and that means that one day even someone like me can reach 3k elo just because there are hundreds of thousands of players and the pros are playing at 10k perhaps. Alright, so bojnikudardan, yes definitely, but I should play at least 10 games to get better. Anyway, thank you man. To which I replied, thank you not only for the game but for the chat too. Bojnikudardan, I'm going to bed now cause my eyes are all red. To which I reply, I wish you good journey and hope to meet again. After they laughed and said hope to meet you again, I carried on, and I have played some 70 games on ladder, so yeah, it takes time, but it will come to you. Good night mate. Now the only question is, do they know how to resign? The only question we have left for us is, do they know how to resign? Apparently yes. But this was still perhaps due to the fact that they are new to this one-to-one approach. This was a refreshing approach, I would say. But also, of course, explains why they didn't prepare any monks or spearmen at home once they saw the knights, and also losing few units here to the town centers, like small things here and there, but it was still a very good effort by them to first of all to dare to play on the ladder after playing team games only so far. But here largest time is 7. Right, food 9999, just like a buck number, very good for us. villager height just that different. So the feeling that I get from that, especially after the chat, was that, oh, can we fix that? Perhaps. No, not that. No, this is how we fix things around here. Why do we have this? Perhaps now. That's how you improve if you ever need to. But so I'm happy to summarize the latest match in a fashion that Zura was right. Georgians are good, and also all we needed was a few knights. And then that this bojnikudardan is a really nice chap, and I'm glad that we have people like them in this playing the game with us. Later on I might try to learn how to befriend people on the ladder too, but might take a few extra clicks that I can't afford right now. But yeah, so losing the scout, for example, not laming, not attempting to lame, that's a very gentlemanly thing to do, or not to do. 2 meals on the berry bushes is not something that you usually do. Perhaps even with Persians, no. Franks would get some benefit from berry bushes, so perhaps there, but milling these huntables might be something. Another thing I forgot to mention was watching the recordings might make sense, just to get some idea of what went wrong and what their opponent did. Actually, let's see if there's a chance to garden. Okay, but if we do that, then we lose that. Okay, well then we don't do that, because we are really clever people. We don't do stupid things. But right away when we lost the aura of Georgians and their immunity to stupidity, we started doing stupid things. Ah. Dun 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 dun. But let's see. Okay, so instead of pushing the deer, they are scouting our base. And now they are with their faster working town centers. And perhaps we have had... Well, we didn't have too much idle time by now. It's just half a minute. Okay. But here's their forward barracks. And the second one, even though they aren't producing from the... Okay, now they're producing from both of them. And then archer range. I still don't know if you want to have 2 barracks, but it's probably something that looks cool. Here's the first tower built with 1 villager, and then they end up losing not only the villager, but also very much of their... We could have fought these spearmen, and then we would have been able to kill the villagers too. But if there's one thing I learned from Doubt by watching the games of his and the commentary, it's that the tower rusher should always be in a disadvantage position. And if we were clever enough we might be looking for their stone now. But they are also realizing that they don't have enough stone. Eventually. To carry on with the push. And then they bought extra stone. So that's a misplay since they are floating wood. But could also be a very clever tactic, of course. And then they carry on with the towers. But here, since I had scouted the gold, and I thought that building with still the eco kills is 3-0 in our favor. We are behind in villagers due to the idle TC time and slower working townsend to begin with, but I still don't feel the urgency to react to this too much. Perhaps we should have done something like build a tower here to prevent them from accessing our farm eco, but I felt like we were in a very good position because we got to the castle age and got some raids in. They only now it's just starting the stone mining when we showed up. And now suddenly they have lost 13 villagers already due to the initial push. And then there was this castle, the tower fight here, but I also lost one villager. I was afraid that we lost more, but of course one is a number too, and there will be other numbers. But this is something that I think they should have reacted to with more urgency than they did. Like, it might make sense to just send their army back or create few pikemen or spearmen to help, since these units aren't achieving too much, I would say. But this is something that you learn as you play, so I'm glad to be in a position of being able to this we should have fought and prevented, since we had way more villagers and this was able to disable basically all 10 or so farms that we had here. But we didn't feel like we had to do much, having killed 30 villagers. I didn't keep count, but it just felt like it had to be a rather great number by now. And now all they have is 15 villagers. 5 are here, soon to be dead, and then few soldiers here and there. And I don't know if that was due to the fact that they didn't have score on or something, that they thought that they might still have a chance, or they are just thinking what went wrong. The third game already, and we are, or third game and we are down 3-0. Oh, but they were able to save that villager and second one there. Okay, and then we had a nice chat. So that's good. Now pulling off something like Tower Rush, well, I've yet to see it work. Perhaps it works against me on Arena. That's quite probable. Like, if you want to pull off Tower Rush on any single map and make me make me look stupid and lose, then it's probably on arena. But here we have plenty of room to run away to I don't know, like perhaps since they were able to build a solid army number, but that was just a blind guess. They hadn't seen any archers from us, for example, so why build a single skirmisher? But perhaps bojnikudardan is going to be one of those great meme players by the time we face them again on the ladder. Well, they still had a few woodcutters there doing the work. And I think that with a different army control, they could have made it at least more lethal, like preventing us from accessing wood here. Now we were freely allowed to move to this wood line, for example. And they still had the numbers, and we never teched to too many archers. Well, we had the archer range, so perhaps it made sense, yeah, to have the skirmishers. I just forgot because it's been ages. But bojnikudardan is very much in a similar stage where we were just a few days ago, so almost managed to collect as much resources as we collected food. But I'll have to remember next time if we face them on the ladder to recommend watching the games, especially in the beginning. I don't think that's something that you will necessarily have to do, or at least do this, even this fast forward detail that we did or are accustomed of doing once you have played. Like they were also really fast when need be, so they probably know how to play. Let's see, what can we learn from them? Bojnikudardan has played 100 random team games, so not too much as of yet, but it's a start, of course. Like it's more games than I've played on 1 versus 1, but still. All right. And the AOE2 GG also tells that they are from Serbia, and that's the land of one doubt. So perhaps can we try to get that to the same position, perhaps? And then the only thing that we need is this. Right? All right. Okay. So that explains that. And there we are. Isn't this just great? And we have one crashed game. Okay, so there's something wrong with the way the capture rates tries to save resources. There's this setting that I've toggled on that it tries to save the resources of the Age of Empires main game process whilst we are watching the recordings, and it's probably due to the fact that I toggled that on, that it now crashes ever so often when we try to get back from the capture age to see how things are going in the actual game. So more starting intros on the way, perhaps. Wow, you will never get bored to this, or I will. Or nor will I. Okay, let's see if there's something we missed. Well, looks solid at this stage. And I think that the tower rush, or like any offensive plays, are usually good for us because it gives more room for our opponent to make errors. And if they do, or just misplays, and if they do play the secure, let's just boom, and no one harasses them, so we don't, then the result is more terrible for us. And in that fashion too, the tower rush play works into our advantage, especially on a map like that, where they were half committed with the 5 villagers to try to rush us, but didn't have enough resources to build enough towers, and they couldn't position them in such a fashion that they would have prevented us from getting to the resources that we so needed. But alright, it's land madness again, and now we get Cumans against Armenians. And there you go. And then once that's done, you build another one, and then we will be just great. Trust me. Good luck, have fun. After 50 seconds of gameplay. Good luck, have fun, says the Byzantine Jewish Femboy. Okay, so Armenians aren't too good, I would say, based on my experience, due to the fact that they well, they get the mule cart, so that's usable because they can more easily move away if we are ever able to pressurize them to the slightest. But do we have any boars nearby? No, it doesn't look like we do. Must be somewhere. They must be somewhere, but where? Few extra geese. And yes, you can move here as well. And then the boar. Okay, well. It was a really difficult, okay. Let's move a few extra villages there. Then see if we can do something about the deer patch. So as Cumans, I don't think I've played them too well at least. Oh no. And once that's done, you can carry on with that. But well, we were a bit lucky there. What about the deer? Still lucky? Luckily, yes. We are probably going to need more on wood in order to utilize the, let's see, to utilize the second town center option that we have. Now they are Armenians, so they get these swordmen that don't require gold, for example. We as Cumans get nice cavalry, but of course the play we will aim to do has something to do with archers as per usual. Let's see if we have what it takes to actually make that happen. Few extra villagers, and are we then ready to go up? Not necessarily. Well, perhaps we will need an additional house then, just in case. So it doesn't hurt if we have a few extra units. I don't think it hurts. Now Armenians are the only other civ that gets this mule cart thing, and I've understood that they are the worst one at that. Okay, well then, loom it is. And then some gold, and then we go up. There's no shame in that. Right, let's see if once that's done we can fetch some food from there. Good. We will have time for barracks, and then the second town center, and we will position it here. Might make sense. To get access to gold, to get access to stone. Do we want that? Would it hurt? They haven't scouted us yet. I wonder if they are even about to. Okay, well, you go there. It's a good idea. As good an idea as any. And it's about time to make decisions. So where do we want to position this neat building of ours? Here, in front? Or here where we already have some investments? Okay, let's build it here. And then we can try to upgrade a few things. And hope that they don't arrive too soon. So they are still... Okay, well that didn't last for too long, but it took longer than I expected. They can't be thinking of fast imperial age, so perhaps that was just a misplay of sorts. Right, so we can't build a farm there, but we can have farm there. And then we would probably like to have more farms all around. Oops. No, not there. Okay, so pikeman. It's as if they are expecting something. But do they expect archers? We will see. Because that's what we are throwing at their way, if possible, soon. Blacksmith, just to secure a few things. Queuing up more wheels would be nice. You need more wood. And once you are done with that, you can move here. Few archers. They even built a tower without seeing anything. Alright, house. 2 houses and then a lumber camp. Right? So then there have been a few misclicks here and there, but let's see. More wood, since we already have plenty of gold, and 2 archers to do what? Let's see. They may be walling a bit since we have seen very little for them. So there's a mill, and what do they have here then? Another tower. Alright. Well, it's to be expected then that they won't be getting to the next age anytime soon. Perhaps we can just move under the tower and see what happens if we do. Now flexing would be nice. Move out of the reach if possible. What else do we have going for us? Well, we could be producing quite much more than we actually have been producing, so let's try to fix that. Okay, no farms there. And then try to get to the next age. Right, okay. And then what else do they have? So they were building this stable for themselves. Okay, so perhaps we can stop producing the archers and then try to think of a way to get to the next age. Oops. Because we should have, well, should is the word, but I'm not sure about that anymore. But we should have a lead that we are now slowly throwing away by not progressing fast enough. Oopsie. Well, with the market we can. So what are they doing now that they are in the castle age is the question. They have already invested into 2 towers and skirmishers. We have already also invested to some resources. Let's just try to get up. Wrong town center for that, but well, up we go. We have enough stone, but we need perhaps small protection force as well. Let's see what unit are they going for. No. Okay, collecting relics perhaps. And let's try to keep a watch. There's an additional tower. Hello. That's very a typical play, in my opinion. But of course, something that one can always do if they want to. Few stables and a mill, and there we go. Few extra farms on these unusable, underutilized at least they are. And then we may go back. Scout, no upgrades. That's probably the starting scout then. And the skirmishers are back. We need more houses. And then we should be able to build an additional 1000er. Some upgrades and ooh, and the skull is dead. No, what did we see from them? Skirmishers, right? Run. Nothing else, right? Let's try to utilize that. More villagers on well, not actually, not on stone. Because we have all we need, all the stone that we need. Perhaps a castle about here is right. Let's see if we can make that work. We probably send a few extra villagers to help with that too, just to get it up. Ooh, warrior monks. Okay, let's change the castle location a bit then. Since we were perhaps a bit underprotected there. Okay. and let's hope that works. Away we go. Okay, then the archers are probably a very good play. Nevertheless, despite the fact that I thought otherwise just a while ago. Oops. Here's the castle. And some Kipchaks. Why not? And also, let's see. Zura. Floating a lot of wood, build market, sell it, buy food and castle. It has been a while, but I'm glad you mentioned that. Remember you used to have similar situation, you ended up over making farms and run out of food, were left with too much food. Yes. And then Zura continues, hope to see this in time. With this many farms, your best bet now is to make 3-4 stables and spam knights or something. Ah, I'm so glad you mentioned that. Now of course we are going to need additional buildings to make anything work, but anything work we shall make. Even though now that we don't have murder holes in place and we don't have too many other buildings either. Just a moment, we are getting there, but it's going to take a while. Dun, 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 dun. But as soon as the murder holes kick in, we should be in a good position again. But also we could try to just imp, because that's what they are thinking now too. They should be thinking at least. Okay, so we lost quite much. We had quite much idle time, but and there's GH workshop, but still trained faster suits us. Now let's see if we have the control groups set in a way we would like them to be. This is a really daring move by them. Well, may not be the most perfect fight for us, but it'll get us where we want to go. Okay, more stone, why not? And this should be a fairly good position for us now. And the thing I've learned from the previous games is that we should also prepare to produce some trebuchets soon. Oh, we had you here, good for you. And oh no. I'm getting these memories. Okay. Well, time to carry on producing. We shouldn't be too far from imping ourselves. And they are idling huge positions of their eco, so few trebuchets. These are not very good protective buildings to begin with. Well, of course, fighting spearmen under all these defensive structures isn't the ideal way to use one's army, but alright. So what do we do now? It's a terrible farm, if I ever saw one. Let's just start destroying things. they are still lacking upgrades, and I think that we should have slight edge on few fronts, because it wouldn't hurt to have, for example, a few archery ranges. Could be more, but could also be less to support our approach. But I'm having a feeling that they have very little going on for them at this stage. I've been in this situation before, of course, but okay. And Zura, they went Imperial Age for some reason. They have no army. Easy win for you. Time to practice. Well played. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm glad you were able to witness that. I think they're, and I know this from experience, since my game sense has been off once or twice, but I don't see how this could be a winning play. Perhaps if they were able to secure their eco and outboom, so close, outboom us, like they were able to outtech us because they were first to the Imperial Age, so why not? But this felt like one of the plays on Arena that I've played, just throwing in some defenses and hoping that the boom, like the wave of enemy units stops. Like we didn't, of course, push them too hard at any stage of the game, besides the end when we had few trebuchets, but we weren't able to produce too much army. Like the way I see their play at this stage is that they were lost and thought that, okay, well, perhaps if we go to the Imperial Age, things will be easier for us. Like that's the way to come back, despite the fact that they had spent all their stone on these towers, so they didn't have much like instant benefits from getting to the Imperial Age. Besides the fact that it feels nicer to resign after you are there and you have been able to get to the Imperial Age before your opponent. So hold on now. Okay, now I was in the wrong view, perhaps. Do we still have a game? Because this view I get from the it's Empires.x isn't too promising. Alright, so let's change a setting here now that we are still around. Is there a chance to tell the game to not minimize automatically? Perhaps that's what we could try to do. And then just a moment, and we will do some experimenting. So Land Madness is clearly one of the good maps that we can land on. Unexpected error encountered. I wonder how many of these do we have. Alright, let's give it a while and hope for the best. But yeah, Zura, so you were correct to not only it was very helpful of you to mention the fact that we are spending loads of wood on farms, and we have very few buildings with which to utilize the food later on. Like we have town centers, so that's nice, but what do we do with the villagers? Very little. So it was spot on commentary yet again, even if it took me a while to realize there has been interaction right around me. Because I built the stables here to surprise my opponent, but that wasn't necessary since they barely scouted us during the game, and having the production buildings in front would have been helpful when we actually had these encounters. If we had like few more units, a couple of knights for example, just a couple of knights instead of these step lancers that we didn't micro too well because they have this range, so we could have tried to utilize that to some extent. But if we had 10 knights instead of 5 step lancers, then we would have been able to get the castle down here, and then already collecting stone, using the farm placement. That's very good. Based on the positioning. And like this, they are long distance wood cutting, hunting and stone mining just to save some resources on the mule cart. So this is of course the beauty of the unit, but all of this is very inefficient in a way. So they are well, not equal in villager numbers, and of course now that I'm soon able to have the second TC fully working, this is going to grow, but we are more or less equal in villager numbers, and they have now 17 villagers doing this long distance resource gathering around one mule cart. I think it would have made sense to move the mule cart here if they didn't want to spare another one, and have only the stone miners walk the long distance, or maybe even afford a second one if they so wanted to get some stone. But this preemptive tower is some like this move tells me that Byzantine Jewish Femboy may not have played too many games, or doesn't feel too happy with this map or this civilization or something. So perhaps the description of the map that this is hard to secure was the reason that they decided to secure their resources in this fashion. Because my investment is like when comparing the investments, so my investment is comparatively, perhaps, well, it's way less in my opinion than having this preemptive tower here that doesn't even secure the wood line. I could have tried to find that with my archers, or I knew that because I had scouted, but I could have tried to harass that wood line since that's out of the reach of the tower. Just having few archers here and later on here would have made it very difficult for our opponent to utilize this forest here. Now instead we were on and off harassing the farmers here, which is not nothing but. And here comes the next wave of archers, and well, we are going to lose them to the towers, but that was due to the fact that I was very busy microing more important things elsewhere. But here we have so much gold we could have, instead of, if we didn't collect all this gold that we didn't actually need, we could have made our way to the castle edge way faster. Now here, this is supposed to be a town center actually, so this should be a town center. Why isn't that? I don't know. Is it a misclick or something? Or because they want to increase the Oh, right, because Armenians have this bonus that villages around the perimeter of the fortified church work faster, so they wanted to utilize that, and that's why they invested this to this first and then to the town centers. And this is perhaps one of the ways how in my opinion, the bonuses of the civilization might work against you, because the fortified church acts as a defensive structure if there is a monk or a relic inside, and the first one that you build gives you instantly a free relic, so you get some protection with that. And they didn't need 2 towers, they didn't need this fortified church either, but like planning that right next to tower is very odd thing to do in my opinion. And perhaps they wanted to get these to get the worker efficiency bonus, and perhaps it's going to help them soon when they are able to collect all the resources that much more faster. But I still think that with the edge that they got, the like faster castle age than me, and then what they do is they didn't have too much army, but we had too little ourselves. Also fighting uphill. I didn't expect them to have any sort of army, and that's why I was reckless. Favor. But if they had like all these towers here, if they hadn't built these, they would have enough stone to build a castle. That and the town bell ringing. But still the eco kills so far 0-0. So even though I thought that my handful of archers and these like ratings like this made a dent, but actually they did very little. So we were ahead in villager numbers, and our worker efficiency is better due to the mule cart start, but forward university. But 13 warrior monks, is that the name of the unit? I'm going to have to check. Warrior priests are going to go down. So, well, okay, well, 4 of them went down, so that's still a number. But if only we had ballistics, and now the army is ill positioned, and we are able to just barely able to get rid of the ram with the reinforcements coming. But we were still floating like enough food and gold to create, for example, this huge army of horse archers, but we only had 1 archer range. And now the eco kills are 3-0 for them, despite all the raiding that we have done, and only now it's starting to be a struggle, like a visible struggle for them, because of our hesitant and bit unbalanced action. And I think that because the way we played the game, it doesn't feel as bad as it is for Byzantine Jewish Femboy, because they still have their protective buildings, and it's only now when they are constantly harassed and the safety areas are growing slimmer and more dangerous that they realize that this tactic didn't work. But yeah, I could have created 14 knights instead. I think that would have helped more than the step lancers did, since I wasn't able to pull off any like raiding in a fashion that I envisioned beforehand, that I'll be throwing like 5 or 10 of them to their eco, and then run away as soon as the spearman or pikeman or something arrives. But that never happened. Just lost them to a town center or something. The few that I had. Same with the Kitchak. But a good game in any case, and I'm glad that we got to play a few Land Madness games with such a result, because the last few days have been really harsh for us. All these hideouts and golden bits and arenas. Alright, I still propose that we will try one more time and see what comes out of that. This could have been double the number if I had invested more cleverly. So Zura's commentary was spot on again, as I mentioned earlier. Like, I could have just dropped few, like 4 stables faster and started the night production just to overwhelm their units, the few that they had. Especially since the archers, the handful of them, were enough to encourage them to switch to skirmishers or add skirmishers that they didn't actually need for anything, or they had very few needs for now. Perhaps next time I'll think this more carefully. If the next time ever comes. Let's see. And then what else is going on in the world? Not much here, it seems, which is good. And just a second. And now you might be interested in hearing that, considering all the games we have played, a handful of them have been drops at the start, so this is not an exact number in a sense, but there has been 85 games, so something like 80 then that we have played competitively on this ranked ladder, and I dare to say that it shows, but also it shows that we don't have still too many, like we haven't encountered all the varios. Alright, well, this is it, the play of the day. We have been practicing ourselves for the last 8 hours, so it may not be the prime time to try to follow the Zura's legendary siege tower rush aggression game plan, but that's what we are going to try. Time to focus. Okay, 6 on food, and then the rest the wood, and then I will probably be do Romans against Poles. Let's see what happens then. Up. So where are... Okay, some more sheep, that's always good to have. Scout some of the whereabouts here and there. So where is the deer? So we have 5 villages there already. And then we will need some wood. But I was hoping that... Oh, okay, they were there all along. Now Romans, the specialty of these is that everything happens 5% faster. So if this fails, that's because of the fact that they are too efficient in doing everything that they do. So you can tell, for example, that we are constantly running out of food because of the fact that the Romans are so efficient in spending that. One more time, please, and there you go. And oops, some idle time, but that can't be avoided at this level, especially since this is a very tight build. And then 6th here. And what are we supposed to do then? A mill for 2. Let's see. One more time. And then we can get those sheep and find... Oopsie, well, as mentioned, the idle time can't be avoided. And also it seems likely that the... Well, let's see. Well, the house wasn't too delayed. Then there's a boar that we should fetch. Oh no 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 no. Let's see if our hotkeys are functioning. 6 here, perhaps 7 there. And then the second boar. 8 villages there, okay. Only 2 collecting berries, so we are misplaying that a bit. Let's see how things look over here. And then we could probably use another. Good luck, have fun, right. Now let's see what happens. So 1 more to the berries, and then 900. Ooh, so they do have walls here too. And then we need gold with the rest of the friendly people that we have. Alright, and then we should have only 4 on berries. Well, if that's what it takes, then only 4 we shall have. And few more, and then up we go. Now let's see if we are able to pull this off. Because what we could think of doing is actually we might want to get bloom sooner, but let's try our luck. They still have diet there. Let's see if we can protect our villager. Oh no, well, no worries, we can still manage. So loom once up, and then we get 2 extra villagers before we should be. Oh no 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 no! Help! Help! A villager in distress. We should have fought that. Okay, well, scrap the plan. It's time to send the next villager. I forgot to scout the wildlife, but that's no biggie. We can always create a new. So you can go to berries if you have time for that. Right. And then let's build that. 4 farms, and then few more. Oops. To get the straggles, perhaps. And then we will want to get the archer range. And if things go according to the plan, it's a bit possible that they don't, but if they would, then we should be able to get to the. But we could also be building a market there with that villager, but we lost them, so we can't. 1 more villager. No, we are going to be housed, so we don't do that. Help! Help! So some idle time couldn't be avoided, but up we go. And then what do we do is a house, and we will scout their base if possible. Let's move between that if we have a chance. Now, the things we can afford are not too many. Fletching we would want to have, so let's unqueue that villager, and then 1 more. Few villagers here, and an additional house. We are not seeing much. They are poles, so they might be just playing the booming game. And if that is the case, then this should be a nice nice dent to their plans. Okay, let's see if we are actually able to learn anything. More archers, thank you very much. And we are discovered. Let's see if that affects our plan either. Perhaps they will think that we are clueless, but who knows. Oh no. What are the odds of this happening to us? Constantly and all over again. Few farms, not sure how many we were supposed to. Why would anyone create militia? I don't know. Alright. But that's good for us, of course. Now we should be able to invest the crossbow, but we are lacking all the required resources for that. So that's too bad. So we need more on gold eventually. One more farm, then woodcutters, and oh no, and they are castle age already. The pressure. Dun 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 dun. Okay, people, we must hurry. It's very urgent now. Gold. Okay. And then any extra gold that we might have or resources go towards archers, but they are too expensive. Oh, Zura is going to be so impressed when he is able to witness this. Okay, and then in we go. Let's see what we can find. So some farms are idled. Alright, what we need is university, okay? So that's the next thing. And then what comes after that? Siege workshop right away, so that's very clever. You can tell that they have played the game before. Then we would want to get to additional siege workshop, okay. Oh no, okay, well, that couldn't have been prevented, so what can you do? Then we want ballistics, and we want this villager, but we can't get over with the villager. Well, it would have been nice. So more wood. So let's cancel these. Get to the ballistics. Oh no. Okay, so now your mission is to build a few houses, get us to the ballistics, and then we will hope that the push is not dead. Only because they were able to invest to a mangonel. No. Well, luckily we get more room now for additional units. Okay, some farms need to be replenished. Oh no, we need an axe. Oh no, things are looking grim. Where are our stone gatherers now that we need them the most? But of course the dream is far from dead. Okay, let's run away and counter them with the second best unit that we can. Actually, we don't want stable. We will want to utilize the fact that we can get some other units. So there's the, oh no, the play of theirs is about to happen, and we are well prepared for this, one might say. But let's see if we can still make it work, because we would want, we would very much like to get some archers, but there are so many things we would like to get. Slowly they are approaching us with their nasty little tools. Building additional castle. Okay, well they are giving us a chance to. Oh, we never had enough to make that happen. And hopla! Okay, so are we able to get to the castle fast enough is the question, and the answer is not necessarily no, we aren't. But let's see, because we still have more or less what it takes to harass them too. So all we need to do is run away if we still have a chance with some of the units at least. And build a town center there, for example, and an additional one here. Off you go, and we will leave them to play with that. Okay, and then over the walls we go. So now we can hope that they are spending their time and resources attacking things that no, come here please, that don't have value for us. Alright, in you go, and in you go, and over you go. Because they don't have a castle of their own, so this should still be very deadly for them. Okay, so they are trying to kill a few of our units. We don't care about that. No, you will not farm there. That's no, you will not cut wood there. That's not very sensible thing to do. Well, I haven't been watching, but I don't think they have either, so doesn't matter too much. And back to the safety we go. And what's the situation like over here? Few barracks would be nice. Few houses. Ah, we are playing exactly as they didn't like us to play. Yes. Let's see if we can create few units here, and over the wall we go. Few extra units could be nice. Do we still have a blacksmith at our disposal? Can we create one? We already have a plenty of gold, so let's try to make use for that. Ah. Well, if this isn't just very great. Ooh, you will destroy that, yes. And then off we go, or what? We only had like 2 units or something. Or they only had. Let's do this, few monks to get the relic, for example, pikeman upgrade, just in case we have enough money for a single, even a single one. So you will come here, and you too. This is where you are supposed to. Oh no. Yet again, the dream is dead, but we can always dream again. And they are there watching for things to do, of which we care very little. And then more archers, but let's not waste them there. Ooh, we still have our scout. Okay, well, this is good news. Good news, everyone. So they may be leading in numbers, but not by too much. So all we need is more people on farms. There you go. Some on stone. Few monks. And inwards we go. And collect this as well, I reckon. So suddenly they have wasted a couple of hundred of stone, creating buildings that had very little value, at least in my opinion. Let's also have, oh, but we need houses, right? Because the very important thing is that we get this, and enemy monks, no. Most enemy buildings and siege units, yes. That's what we need. And then more villagers, if possible. Ooh, I didn't realize that. Oopsie, we are late to the party. Okay, let's run. What did we convert? Nothing? Alright, because we can't convert that. Makes sense. Okay, okay, you run. Okay, you two can try to kill that. But the rest of you, come here. And slowly we should have an army of our own. And over the wall we go. And let's see what they have in store for us now. It would be nice to get to the next age, but that might take a while. We don't need this. Oh, and they left this behind. Okay, well, good for us. So let's carry on as planned earlier. Relic for us. Good for us. And in we go. Just spread the formation a bit. And could you, how hard is it? It's very hard. Almost impossible actually. Well, we almost got the conversion as well, so it wasn't too shabby. Of course it was just almost, but still. Exciting times. And now I think we are able to push with some more units. So up we go. And outwards. You could try to get that relic for us. They are probably out booming us quite heavily right now, but let's see if we can make them pay for that. Because we could try to build a castle here. Ooh, so they are planning on having a castle of their own. Well, too bad for you that we are also here. Ready to stop you from approaching with that mission. Now then, few of you. Okay, let's get over that. Over there. Very good. And just like that, the castle is dead. Okay, and in you go. More villagers would be nice. Few rams, why not? And over the walls we go. And let's try to kill just a few of their units before the castle actually is built. Is there something stopping us now here? No. Okay. Of course they will have their trebuchets soon, but will it be of any use? Is my question here. So they are taking and trying to take to the next unit that would make sense for them. In this case, it's the cavalry. We could really use a chainmail. Let's move you here as well. Okay, so the castle is down. Where are our monks is the question. We will want to get to this armor, please. Perhaps even faster than we have been able to in the past. Oh no, and suddenly things are looking grim again. Okay, so we will want to convert a few of their units if possible. Let's see if we are able to do just that. Few we got, not all of them, but still. More archers perhaps, and more. So where are they aiming with their troops now? Too bad we didn't have the upgrades just a bit earlier. And weren't really well positioned to fight against the troops of our opponent. Oh no. You could still produce more monks if you wanted to. but we aren't doing that obviously. Let's see if we can still hold this position that we have going for us for some extra time to get the other castle down. I don't know who went there. Ooh, so they have walled us out. Okay. So another castle it is. Ooh, and we also had a few units here doing the work. Alright, well, we are about to lose, I'm afraid. That the dream is dead. But we did so many right things during the game that we shouldn't be too sad about the fact this was still a very brave attempt. Having a castle, well, not necessarily would have helped too much if we had it here, but it would have been nice. That's for sure. Right, and then back to the stone gathering we go. And over the walls we go. But this is very much a GG, despite the fact that we still have 16 villagers. GG, well played. So, good things that happened to us during the game. We were able to utilize the back walls of our base. And if we had just enough mass, so if we didn't lose too many villagers, this could have been more deadly. But now, of course, Poles utilizing their farm bonuses and whatnots are very difficult to win with this very weak push of ours. So we had too few archers, I think, to really make the dent against Ghost. But largest army 43. So I think that here, around here-ish, we had a nice push going, but we more often than not end up losing. Oops, this is not the way to play the game. More often than not we end up losing our position. But then again, Ghost was really a talented opponent, worthy of our attempt. Let's see if they are who we think they were. Might be that that's not the case. So Ghost has played 75 games on 1 versus 1, and they have been honing their Poles arena attempt and losing quite often with that. But Ghost is a Poles player as of late, so perhaps they approach this game differently in a fashion that they try to perfect a civilization and then carry on with that. But they have also played Franks in the past, so but probably do know how to do the boom. And I think had we been able to prevent the siege workshops from going up, and if we added infantry units to help fight the Mongols once they started appearing that might have been a little bit useful for us. Because it seems that their approach is very similar in a fashion that as the previous opponent we faced on this land madness. That okay, so there's the archer range, but they still have reacted not to the slightest to that, and yeah, the militia was probably just a misclick. And here's the stone gathering. Like, had we... Were there stone gatherers already on the way when we finally arrived with the... Oh yeah, so they had just left. Now again, if we had scouted this, like if we still had to scout around, like, I don't know why they don't just build a castle here in the home. But then again, they were able to get us away from the... Like, we have this idle scout here watching. Like, we witnessed everything, but we didn't... Right. But we didn't see that. So, like, here is the key moment. I'm busy here doing some microing things. We are 3 villages apart, and their group of villagers just walk past my scout. If I hear where to utilize my units in any fashion, like I could be producing military from the barracks, for example, to prevent this drop from happening. I also saw the stone mining camp empty, and there were no defensive castles. So, like, game sense wise, this is the moment where I should be thinking that, okay, well, we have a way to approach this city, and even though we haven't been able to kill too many villagers, we should expect a castle drop. Because what can they do now? If I send few archers this way, the castle doesn't go up. So I should have thought, how can we lose from this position, and then think about the castle drop option. But well, good for them that it worked. But like, of course, very badly played by us that we didn't realize that was something that might happen. Because we aren't much behind in resources collected. Our villager numbers are very similar, and it's only now that I'm discovering that something is going awry. And even now the threat isn't too huge, because they are going to be able to enter my base, but like I could still produce if I wasn't so thin on all the resources. And here the 2 mangonels are enough to secure this push. I should have brought 1 ram to take care of these. Just prepare 1 ram with the resources that I had. But suddenly I was in the hurry to build a castle for no reason, actually. The way to play the game, to win the game, would have been to prevent this castle from going up, because then they would have been in a dire situation where they could still play their boom game, but they would have lost some 10 villages that would feel bad, and then their game plan would have changed, which is something that didn't happen now. I was also floating gold, so having monks that could convert these would be a very clever play. Having few monks to defend would be enough to stop this from happening. So, notes for ourselves. If we are focusing too heavily on gold, then perhaps we could try to make that count. This escape was nice, but they are still only having 10 units. I have enough gold for 10 monks and more than that. So if we converted these, the push would be dead. If we converted these, the push would be dead. We are running away for no obvious reason. Eco kill is still 3-0, so we played well escaping with ours. But we are not able to produce, like we don't have this constant stream of villagers, unlike they. And this longswordman did a splendid job. But now we are not like keeping too good a care or watching too carefully their whereabouts. Because now if he had already prepared the monastery and 10 monks, we would be able to kill these. So well, this is really refreshing, nice thing to witness. So we were playing quite well. We just made some wrong decisions or lacked some very good decisions, because monks would have been the play here. As a support unit. Would have been great. And we got the boom quite long with this. And all this, like even the stone gathering that we didn't produce too much, and now here we are losing the game when the Mangonels show up and we are still underprepared for that and lose villagers. But despite the fact that they have collected 4k more resources, and well, soon they are clicking up to the Imperial Age, that's when the game gets very hard for us. But now if we had 10 monks instead of 1, the push would be dead. So it didn't need much, just once we have built the university with ballistics to get ballistics, or if we see that the opponent is preparing for siege workshop, so they have already made necessary military buildings to get to siege workshop, then we could add a few monks. And also try to secure our own base so that we don't have to run away. Because now we have lost 23 villagers and the game is over. Even if we are still playing on for, I hope, not too impolite long a period of time. Because we are still hoping. And they are having hard time here and there trying to contain us. Well, they already had double walls on this side. Good thinking, and perhaps next game they are going to start with double walls. We could have also tried to get through that gate, because we are about to protect that one. And now that even now we could have just snatched these or tried to convert these units. If we kept on producing the monks, we could have made this position that much more weaker. And here we are misplaying, because not all of our units are here. We are lacking the armor upgrade and throwing in the rams, throwing in the mangonel. Like now we'll officially lost the game, even if we didn't have much going on for us previously, due to the fact that they had 50 villager lead. But perhaps if we were able to keep our army alive, and if we pushed from here after destroying the castle, just retreated and pushed from here, we would have the protection of the castle that we didn't have now. And we weren't targeting on the gate to be able to drop the next castle here. So we dropped it there, or here, which made no difference, basically. And here we lost the little eco that we had left. Alright. But I dare to say that this is one of the best arena games we have had so far, so I think we will carry on with this approach and see if that, so long people don't always do this double layer walling thingy. I think that's what we are trying to aim at. Even now I'm not moving in with the monk, despite the fact that it could make all the difference. But I'm glad that we got to kill 24 of their villagers in the end. So even though they have villagers to spare and we don't, it shows that this over the wall approach is still it has some potential. Oopsie. Army gold. Alright, well this is very intriguing. So let's have a short break and then see if we still have the power to... No crash. Oh, no. To try again. Ghost with a very convincing play against a very high-tuned tactic that we were able to present there. But alright, couple of minutes and I'll be back with more tries or with one more try, and if I don't return in 15 minutes then I'm full asleep. See you in a bit. Alright, and back we are. In full health sanity and balance. And fast asleep, of course, was what I was supposed to say. In case you were left wondering about the idiom that I closed the last stint with. Now, Zura said regarding the last or the previous to last game that it was well played, but I'd like to think that he would say the same thing again had he been witnessing it. Alright, Arabia, no need to spend more time planning our steps because we are up to the task. Playing Teutons against Tatars. Teutons with their castle bonuses and what else? Last time we had bit difficulties trying to make up our mind about what are the strengths of Teutons. They can't be bad because there are very few bad civilizations. Stylord 3 got good luck, have funds from us, and Tatars. Cheaper farms, that's all very nice, but perhaps we will just have to see what happens. Now where could the extra sheepies be? I'm still left wondering. Oh well, you have been really clever. Good people. Ah, the cunning elephant. And after that we can finish with that. Oh, some idle time, who knows. So the sheep. All right. Okay, in you go, and you can then run. Okay, you are now in a life-saving rescue mission. Well, that went surprisingly well. Even if he got some idle time due to all the misclicks here and there. Few extra units and up we go, I think. because we don't need to get. We don't need no fast castle, for example. We just want to get to places. "19 pop up. Can we do it? We have the buildings, so all right. Dun, dun, dun. And onwards. Okay, and after that you can finish with that and then that. Alright. Few extra villages and then loom just in case. We could expect them to go for scouts. We don't know that yet, of course, but it shouldn't surprise us if they do. And then carry on with the wood cutting. Dun, 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 dun. Let's see if we still have the power to push another deer. Right. Mining upgrade is probably not needed. So loom. Okay. Yes, we can. It's probably not too bad of an idea to perhaps we could try to move to the gold. Few extra people. You can help with the berries, as can you. You can move there. And then this is what we need as well. Alright. And then the deer, right. Let's prepare for some farms if possible. Based on the uptime, I presume that they will be aiming for a fast castle. But first I presumed that their score would mean that they are scouting, and it doesn't feel like that was the case, so I may be wrong again. One more time. Right. Few extra villages, few archers. Fletzing once we get enough coal for that. One spearman just in case. To make us look big even if we aren't. And then coal miners, right. And in we go. Not knowing where our opponent is, but hoping that we will catch them in any case. Few extra archers, good. And then farm time. So where could they be? if they are fully walled, then this investment has been in vain, but oh no, terrible play. But luckily we have more army on our way, on the way. No. Let's see what's going on now. Few extra farmers would be nice. And then hello? Going somewhere? Alright, more houses. We were told to invest in those, and then there's a very good problem to have them. Oh no, now the push is dead. Yet again. But we did so well. That, ooh, and we also had few units on the way, but well, no biggie. They are now switching to, let's forget about this and get a market for ourselves. Perhaps you can build that. Just like that. And then up we go. They shouldn't be too far away from the castle age either, but remains to be seen. What use are the farms if, oh sorry, the gates if you don't. If you don't know how to keep them closed. No. Okay, let's carry on with the production then. Change of plans. No. Okay, so what we would like to have now is a few stables, few houses, few extra farms, like this, more gold miners here, And perhaps an upgrade for them would be suitable too. Let's fetch the back of their base and bloodlines, and also few knights to help our work a bit. And then extra villagers to help with the mining operations. And would that be good enough start for now? Perhaps. And away we go. Well, it took us a while to get to the knights. But that's probably because I have made some misclicks here and there. It's still happening. Okay, and in we go. Shouldn't care too much about the... So they made it to the castle age. Yes, another town center. Calling in all the troops. So they're trying to outboom us, and that might just work in a very normal case at least. But here I'm not quite sure. Let's see. You can help with that. Then we can collect some stone. Do we have what it takes to upgrade some of the units too? Perhaps we do. Na 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 na. Additional town centers. Always good to have you around. Found some sheep. Let's just run there and see what's going on here. Cavalry archers. Perhaps we could try to create few units of our own too. And then let's see what's going on here. Spread our troops a bit. So they have cavalry archers, yes, but what else? If anything else. Da 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 da. So we have the map presence. What we could use now is some upgrades to no. So we have dealt some damage, but that damage may not be enough against the opponent of our caliber. And we need more gold. Run. Let's see if we are able to pull that off, since they are soon in our eco. Presumably, whereas we are not threatening theirs. So what is their game plan, is the question. And can we just run into their town like we did in the past? Hello, hello. How do you do? Okay, in we go. Okay, more knights. Why not? Archer rangers, cavalry archers, I mean. And then we would benefit from having a siege to support our push. More houses. So that's what we task you to do. And few farms. And you could come here and help with the castle. We have been thinking of doing. And then we will need more cavalry to secure the premises. Few skirmishes, because that's the unit we use the least, I think. Run! They're still lacking the ballistics. So let's run there again. And now while they are there, we should be able to kill a few villagers here. Okay. So far working perfectly as planned. More skirmishers just in case you ever need them. More gold miners, and perhaps a gold mining upgrade would make sense too. Now that's one killed unit, and this is the very important moment. We should focus on this now. Are we able to keep this idea of a castle up? Too late for that. Few Teutonic knights. Because why not? Fighting uphill, we won't allow that to happen. And then we run back to the safety of the castle. Teutonic knights to their eco. And now the question is, how do we lose this? By not having enough defenses in place. Okay, back to work you go. Except for you, who would do wise to do your work around here. So let's produce a few units from there. And then back to the... Oops, sorry. I was just a bit busy elsewhere. We still should have quite good numbers to make this work. Although it would make sense to also invest in this upgrade. No, 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 don't go there. Go there. Perhaps you are just enough to help us. Where do they have their monks? Where are they keeping their monks? Let's find out. Da 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 da. Because they're going to have to be somewhere, but where? Okay, back to work, back to work. And this should be, if not game, then at least very close to being one. Okay, and then you can build that. More room for you there as well. Few additional knights. One lost monk. Extra melee armor for siege units. Always nice, but perhaps this time we are omitting that. Let's go in and see if we can kill a few extra. What was that? And in we go. And then down here, let's see what they have there in store for us. Okay, well, perhaps the castle's position should be like that. So more villagers and then more knights and similar kind of units. Oops. Oopsie. Dancing really in a dreadful fashion here with this. Units, I'm afraid. Few rams because they are more secure to operate. So they have neat numbers, but is that enough? We shouldn't be too, oops, too far away. Okay, well, one pikeman that we can tolerate. Or spearman. For a while I was a bit worried that we might have lost some valuable time. They should be cornered, but are they really? So let's verify by taking a few extra clicks. Because that's not always the case, we have come to know this. Oh no, let's just have it in them to come and, okay, let's build forward university, and then shortly after that, few Teutonic knights would be nice. They have a castle of their own. They made it to the Imperial Age. So we are going to need loads of units to get rid of their let's now up. There you go. They're trebuchets, I'm trying to say. Let's see if we can make that happen. Because all we need is skirmishers to destroy their few skirmishes there. Now ballistics would be nice, but let's do masonry first, and let's see if they can afford to do much, because it's possible that they don't. Okay, then up to the Imperial Age, forward castle. Around here, for example. Let's see if we can pull that one off. There's a bit misplaced here and there. And then additional units, please join the battle as you see fit, and then we can carry on with the destroying of the castle, hopefully. Even if we are losing few units here and there. Few extra villagers, more knights would be usable here. It'd be nice to have them around. Let's run away while we still can. So you can help there, because we still have more of these. And we could probably... Oh, we can't afford. Right. Right, sorry. People, we were supposed to have more lumberjacks than we actually do have. There you go. And you too. Then we will have farmers later on. Okay, so we still have... So the only thing we are missing is the they shouldn't still be able to come too close to us. And let's see, more stone. Perhaps we could buy that soon. Where is it? Just to get extra range, and then few extra luckily we are doing that there. Extra hit points, why not? And where do we have any? Ooh, we had these here as well. Okay. Can we try to upgrade you guys? We have great things planned for you if you allowed us to help. And in we go. Few skirmishes just in case. Then we are preparing to... Okay, so do we still have what it takes to produce few units of quality? Few rams would be nice. Okay, it's time to push now that they are absent elsewhere. We destroy these and the push is dead. But of course now we are a bit wasteful with our units focuses. Good. Exactly what we needed. And then we would do wisely to protect the little units that we had. Few trebuchets. No, don't you go there. Stay put, stay put. In you go. Some extra villagers would be nice. Perhaps few extra production buildings too. Ballistics, all that, yes. More trebuchets. Perhaps we could also try to produce from the little buildings that we have. More rams on the way. Okay, so we need more gold, we need more everything but perhaps wood for a change. Alright, I actually commanded you to position yourselves in such a fashion. So what upgrades would be good for us? So now your mission is to scout there, yours is to scout there, and let's see if they have other plans elsewhere. Oh, you can help your friend in need. Well, that wasn't exactly what I had in mind, but that's what I ordered you to do, so it makes sense. Then we could try to destroy that. Alright, they are still pushing. I don't know how they dare, but perhaps we could try to stop them from advancing. Okay, you destroy that. And more skirmishers and units of various qualities of other sort. And the push is dead yet again. Back you go. You can try to help your friends as always, and your mission is to raid there. Raid right there, as we so often say. So no sight of enemy, it seems. And this time we are not playing the GG chant since our opponent was silent. We wasted our ram push there, having 5 or so rams that we threw at them. But it was really nice that the way they held the push. Although I don't know, since they had nothing outside, I don't know. They had scouted that we had a base of sorts when they tried to raid us, so it couldn't have been a surprise that we had a base of sorts. And perhaps the score gave them a sense of like being able to get to the Imperial Age first of all, and destroying 5 or 3 or so castles of ours. That usually comes with a huge cost. So also adjusts the score a bit. So perhaps they were under the impression that if they just hold on for some more time, they would be able to get back to the game. Okay, just a second, I'll make myself a drink. We'll be back in a minute, hopefully, perhaps even under. Right. So as I just said, this here is but a snack, but perhaps helps us to get through the game as it was played. Our map is quite difficult, like this. There are no forests between us, basically. I don't know if they realized that right away. But playing it aggressively made sense even if we didn't realize that. But kudos to them for Stylord 3 for still trying to wall this close walls here. Yeah, so they indeed went 22 pop up. Here's the wall, perhaps a misclick. So instead of wall we got stone miner, but little extra stone never hurt nobody. And now they are fully walled at 13 minutes and adding the gate. Even tested that it worked, which was good. And they are, for some reason, 8 villages ahead. Do they get a SIF bonus? Tatars. Villages gather plus 50% food from herdables. New town centers spawn 2 sheep upon castle age, or starting in castle age. Elevation bonus damage quarter more. No, so they have just alright, because even though we only have 2 minutes of idle TC time, that's 4 villages give or take, but we also have town watch and we have a wheelbarrow, so resources collected are in our favor a bit, perhaps due to this huge falling, but then we lost our scout to the spearman. That was a dreadful thing to happen, and we were a bit wasteful or off with our army management, because the initial troop that was supposed to provide the first shock were away. 2 villages down, 3 villages down. We are still behind in villager numbers, having produced quite a few spearmen. Resources collected 10% in our favor, and here we are like occasionally losing units to the town center, already 4 dead. And then this like mistiming, trying to walk in and losing the vital infantry units, like spearmen here, and then losing the archer or 2 to the scout. And then they open the gate again, and they are forced to move away again. Now this is very, very important for us, that the gate misbehaved twice in our advantage, or for our advantage, because otherwise it would have taken some time to get through the gate, and they still had room to re-wall or after that, so this could have been very easily preventable with just few houses like they are attempting here, and a few houses here, and then we couldn't touch them from this angle. So we were really lucky that the gate, or the people escaping through the gate, allowed us to enter, and that we got the strike of luck twice. Now we are 11 villages behind, even though we have been able to kill 6, but they have quite nice farm eco going on, and we have 2 minutes of time to get the game. We prepared stables just for the occasion, but we're a bit late to queue any knights, so half a minute or so went there, and now they are able to stabilize again with 9 villager lead. We have queued 3 more, so we are able to catch a bit here, but we are still just playing 1 town center right now, so takes a while, and they are in a good position, I would say, at this stage. Their only problem is that the stone that they have is here, part of their wall, so they can't very easily access that and try to build a castle, for example, which would have secured the position quite easily as well. And now whenever there is this chance to stop this stream of units, there is, if not always, but sometimes there is this misplay of sorts, that they are able to catch few units, and then they will lose few villages here and there, and now they are behind in villager numbers, even if for just a short moment in time. And they have 3,000 as we have added our second. And now being forced to, this was a misplay on my part, but this town center has killed 10 units, this one 1, and there's 3 kills on that as well, so trying to play more cleverly would make sense. Now they are stabilizing, and they should be pulling ahead. We are adding our 3rd town center too. They don't have too much resources, I would say, and just when the knights appeared to destroy the house and the cavalry was about to move to destroy them, we were able to disturb them perhaps a bit. Like if they had just a few cavalry archers here, the house wouldn't die, and they wouldn't need to retreat all those cold gathering units, since this is the only cold mine that they have. And now they are again forced to idle the TC for quite some time, losing a villager. And now that they are floating this much, like 900 food, this is exactly what Zura warned me not to do in few games ago. They don't have really ways to spend that food, that they would constantly have to remember to queue more villagers, even though they are losing them left and right, or not left and right, since this is just 14 villagers have died so far. But they are they constantly need to command them to take their positions here and there. And here's the one, perhaps only camel that we saw during the game. And here's the castle, and then they decide that okay, it's time to move to attack, and they are going to get some damage. I don't know if you're talking about 10 or how many units, but still we are slow to react to that. Or like, we first of all react nicely and force them to just stay put, but once they move in again while we are trying to do this harassment here, it takes us a while to realize this, and here comes the first eco losses. It's going to take us painstakingly long period of time to react to this. Still only lost 3 villagers, and I'm not sure how things went over here, but they have lost 24 so far. This castle should have been more ahead, more forward, and I should have realized that this is the only stone that they have an access to, and build a castle here. Like, instead of this castle, the castle should have been there, because they had the back gold. But like, this is nice, but we still have more people collecting stone, so we should have had it within us to prevent this stone mining operation. Perhaps this is one of the reasons why they kept on playing. So they've lost 30 villagers, they are 20 villages behind. Not that I'm queuing anymore at this stage. They are soon clicking imp, and they get the castle of their own. And now it took me a while to get the castle here, but it was just enough. Okay, yes, so they do have just enough stone to make that, and make that on the hill, so they get the 25% extra damage from that too. But yeah, having this castle here, since they had this alternative gold available, building a castle there to prevent the stone, and then searching if they were outside anywhere, would have kept them from utilizing trebuchets later on. And here we are misplaying here and there as well, because we are losing the mangonels, we are losing the rams, our units are out of position, killing farms, and that kills our push. And this is also the Imperial Age town center, so if we had focused our efforts, we could have gotten a few extra seconds or even minutes for us, because this was the only town center that they had left. And now they are down to 62 villagers. I don't know. Well, perhaps this was the first game of the day, and that's why they kept on playing, because score-wise things are still looking quite nice. Like, they have the chance to use the quality units, having an age advantage, and they still have sort of healthy amount of eco, available to them, since 62 villages can do wonders. And I'm a bit lost here. But even this castle would have been better positioned, for example here, or here, right next to their wood line, instead of just building it to the center of their town. And here's where we are throwing the rams away. While we force a reaction, and they are really struggling to produce anything at this stage, we are also throwing the rams away by not producing. We had this one stable for how long, and suddenly ran out of lumberjacks or woodcutters, so macro slipped a bit here and there, and now with the help of just 3 trebuchets and 15 cavalry archers, they are still in the game and getting the nice impression that everything's going according to a plan. I don't know how they should, like, how they could ever snowball from this, but perhaps this didn't look too convincing when they visited the town. But okay, so I may have 3 town centers, but here comes one of the misplays soon, when I finally remember that I had these knights here, and they had second camel. Lagging a few upgrades perhaps, but here we go. Get rid of the camel. I don't know if he ever moved to fight the lumberjacks, but this is where the trebuchets are vulnerable, even if we are not targeting them correctly. But eventually we are able to destroy those, and they are now away from any other resource except for wood. And they didn't even care to create another town center, so perhaps they are just practicing their cavalry archer play and were eager to try how much they can make happen with the little that they have. But here we should be doing more production buildings and trying to like actions that would help us more quickly end the game, because even if we have these trebuchets, it does very little if our standing army is 5 strong. Like, this castle doesn't really matter, it's these villagers down here that could have been a point of interest. But still, and they are even spending the last stone that they had, trying to keep the castle up. But still, the score is surprisingly close, like 400 score difference, and still, based on the map presence and everything, knowing what we know, the game has been over for quite some time, or at least they would have to play the game in a very different fashion, like going to do some raids with these cavalry archers or something of that sort, to be able to start the comeback really. Instead, it's quite surprising that the score difference is this small, but perhaps they have destroyed just so much. Like, the military score is heavily in their favor. They have double the military score, so they probably didn't lose too many of those units, having only produced 51 cavalry archers, so they played really well with those, and perhaps got a bit blinded by the fact that even if you have the score, it doesn't mean that you, like, even if the score is close, it doesn't mean that the game is close necessarily. Something worth remembering for someone like me, like the kill death ratio, we wasted so many units. We didn't have too many like when we felt that we have the game, we started just sending the raiding units in, not caring about the losses, but that's where they could have had a chance to come back. Almost double the resources collected. And weren't they fast? So they probably enjoyed their cavalry archers and like the fact that they are able to. Worst minute 69% worker efficiency. Not too shabby. If that was always the case, then this would be a really nice platform to build on, indeed. But let's see. But yeah, I would have thought that they could have perhaps tried to come back with a different mechanism, but then again this almost worked, so kudos to them. Well played. Good for us for getting this far. I think we can still have one quick game, presumably, despite the long day, but just in case we don't have a chance to repeat this in the nearest future. Now I'm talking about tomorrow, the coming few days, upcoming few days. Unluckily, it seems that yet again we have a very nicely working setup at our disposal, but that of course remains to be seen. But it's also a very good reason to push to the limits. Now, based on today's experiences, this, of course, we still haven't played our first 100 games, so that's something worth keeping in mind when listening me making these analyses. But these open standard type of maps are the ones where we have a chance, and once the maps start to get trickier, we start to get lost. Is how I would describe our current position, even if we still lose here and there. Koreans against Mayans. Well, at least we get the towers to help us, if we ever get them. Dun, dun, dun. You go there, and good luck, have fun. Good luck, have fun, says Frosty Sun, playing as Mayans. And still they had the power to type the good luck, have funs, which is something that's very difficult for us, because the Mayan start is so different from everything that we have ever encountered. During our long journey in this playing this game. So still missing a few sheep. Hmm. Perhaps they just hide better than I'm used to. Dun, 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 dun. It's highly unlikely that they would be there. Of course possible. Right. Run back to the safety. The game is a bit laggy, but it could be a problem on my end, it seems. Let's hope we can make something happen to that before it is too late. Are we still audible here? Well, so it seems. Now, let's keep on watch then. Few extra people. Makes me wonder why that might be the case, but let's see if there's something that. Ooh, right. Alright, let's see if we can get rid of that. Okay, and back we are. And where is our scout? We never found the deer, it seems. So do we have enough food to make this happen? Okay. 400 and who knows? Ah, that's one of the sheep. Right. I wonder whether they found the few sheep that could have been ours before we did. But no wonder we were running out of food sources. No. We were so close. Okay, would this be enough? Just barely. Okay, so late up, then loom. Let's see what they are up to. Just so that they wouldn't surprise us. Hopefully. We are not going to be able to play any sort of quick anything, but oh, then again, who knows? Perhaps there's room for quick something. Few farms. So we will be throwing away a little food because we are not fast enough to make everything happen, but it will be still quite alright. So let's not build it there. There. And then spearman, okay. Well, Peter, do you know that you will be facing archers? Well, not right away, but eventually. Let's see. Right. So they have few sheep of their own. Gone missing. And what did they have? Barracks, yes. Few spearmen, yes, but so we could really do with some extra wood if we want to be able to produce this very clever archer play that we have been talking about. Dun, 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 dun. Flexing is exactly what we need, of course. There's their eagle defending, there's their archer shooting at us. More archers coming. I don't think we are too afraid of those. Should we be? I don't know. Let's see. House, wheelbarrow, why not? A few units if we have to. And then let's see if we can locate where their lumber camp is. Would make sense to have it here. And then can we click up after these messages? Probably yes. Having wheelbarrow this early is not usually what you want to do. Showing the archers. Right, here are the gold miners. So they were here all along. So where is their push? Why haven't we seen it yet? I'm wondering. almost were able to kill them, but not quite, and they made it to the castle age. Okay, let's keep count on here are the crossbows now. Let's cancel a few units. Let's see if we can afford to make that happen. So we get the armor for free, so that's nice. And also ballistics would be nice. Let's push them a bit if possible. And here we are, losing few villages in dark times such as these, but perhaps we can overcome that with some clever moves. Up, up, to the safety you go, okay? And where is it, the next wave of units that we dreamed of having? Oh, they didn't notice that. Well. And then perhaps few knights. Oh, why are you here? Oh my, oh my. Oh, come on, you are being nice. Good. Okay, well, we are in a good position then. The only thing we are missing is the few knights. More cold, right. So it's not the only thing actually. We are missing multiple things. Let's send a few units here. And rotate this a bit. And the knight we could send over here. Knight to the rescue. And then we should keep on producing units as per usual. So they might have units, but they shouldn't have too many of those. And you can just patrol in. clever farm. It might be that I never saw one, but that sure ain't one. Few knights should be enough to take care of that. So let's scout a bit and then carry on with the we get some more gold miners. Ooh. Yes, we probably could get some gold miners to help us. So in you go, you as a knight. Well, let's see if there's, oh yes. Okay, so what are they building here now? New ideas for new units. Okay. More houses, right? More upgrades, why not? More everything, if possible. Let's see what we have here. Some armor upgrades. I think we should be booming a bit more than we actually are. Let's see. So they lost a unit there. They will soon lose another one. We should be able to patrol over here. Ooh, so the army numbers aren't enough. Is that what you're saying? I could buy eagles. And then I think we should try to get to the next age while we are still in a position where we can. But wait, yes, we are missing some key ingredients. Such as buildings. So the university is there. And since that's not quite enough, see, well, let's create few extra. Was it 7 now? Few extra knights. Up we go, and with the help of some little ballistics. Nice raids, but of course those shouldn't be too much or too heavy for us at this stage. Few extra villages go there, and where are the eagle? All right. Well, perhaps we should send a knight or two that way too, despite the fact that I dislike the idea heavily. back to gold mines you go. Alright, and off you go to help with that. Extra HP for the buildings, why not? Alright, because we are lacking some wood. Yes, makes sense. You get that relic, you get that relic while we still have a chance. More wood will soon come our way. And then we should have a commanding position. But we need more people on wood. Well, perhaps it has something to do with the fact that we built the wrong building. Oh no. Okay. Let's just wait for a while. In you go. Let's hope they are not watching too carefully. They are not. Okay. Some upgrades would be nice. Let's see. Using the hills as their advantage nicely here. So long they're only playing with that, I don't think they will have too much of a chance. Well, I am wrong, since I've lost in the game before. Let's see if we can get that one for ourselves. And then the currency castle, just for the sake of it, perhaps they are building up the forces as we speak. Let's see. Because we don't have all the units that would be helpful for our cause right now at our disposal. Just run there, just like that. We are fighting on the PC, but not. Oops. That's their ink hole. But do they have units to show for that? I wonder. Oh no! Ah, the greedy monk. So more range for some units, always nice of course. And we only have, like I would like to say that we are lacking some upgrades for ourselves. Right, let's build a siege workshop here and then try to take those little resources that they do have. Ooh, elite eagle warrior. But do they know, as we now know, that those units don't do too well against units such as cavalry, so cavalry units especially. That's what I'm thinking now. So few extra buildings to give us some support there. Flowing food, so perhaps it might make sense to also try to take into more efficient units. No gold miners here either. Perhaps, ooh, so there's the castle. A nice constant stream of units. Few rams, why not? Few wagons, if given a chance, would be nice too. And here we still are, idling some of their eco. GG is called. And Frost is done. Has been beaten. This time and also at this hour and in this arena. But I presume that some other time on some other frontal the game might end up quite differently. End up going quite differently. Practicing languages as they are spoken. Okay, so they probably fell victim to the same lack of knowledge that I encountered playing the Meso-6 for the first few rounds, before my chat advised me that perhaps I don't know, I can't recall for sure whether that was Binibong who said that they get quite heavily countered, these eagles, with cavalry units, and after playing few games more with that composition, I had to admit that there was perhaps some truth to that. And even to a degree where I wrote that to the things we should remember in the future list. We don't have very many of those, but very many things on the list, but one of the things is that knights beat eagles. But this was still a very tough game. Like, I don't know if it's because of the Mayans' capabilities. Oops, so that even though we, like, I had the feeling that we have caused so much harm and havoc already to their eco, we still weren't really able to make them really pay for that. Okay, so here's the where are sheep? So we had two there. Okay, I can't remember now if, oh yeah, we found them all. It just took us a while, and of course the deer was right, or the deer were right next to them too. Some more sheep scouting would have made sense. So a solid start here. I don't know if they had any problems. Probably did. But the worker efficiency has generally been quite good. Okay, well, the last minute varies by a noticeable degree, but idle TC time was quite even just seconds ago. But let's see, what did they do? So they have few farms. These houses are built quite awkwardly, right next to the berry bushes. Makes it hard to gather from them, but then again protects you against any early militia or man-at-arms rush. Against archers not so much, but that they didn't scout, and perhaps their game sense told them that it would make sense to prepare for scouts when playing against Koreans. I don't know, or if that's just a precaution, something that we also do ever so often. And if you are going archers as they did, then having a spearman to protect against the countering scouts makes sense. Not against skirmishers, but had we gone for scouts. Now I think they were a bit passive, like having 3 archers here would hurt me, so if they're able to do that, then like if the build allows, then I think they should try to activate even 3 of them. They have fletching, yes, but we as the Koreans got the benefit of free armor as well. Okay, and they were just defensive units, so that's the reason. So they were just to get them to the castle edge, and that was that. And luckily we were able to get few villager kills and are just barely holding. This is quite even game. We have few hundred extra resources collected, but now here I don't know if it was a good decision to send my archers forward, but then again we will get a villager kill or 2 here. Of course, simultaneously they also shall. I think 2 is about the right number. These archers face stone, that's that, and the scout forgot about the orders we had just given. Okay, so they got only 1 kill, so the reaction was fast enough, but still this is only 3 crossbowmen. Luckily we already had this second chopping place in place, so it didn't matter. But and there we lost the scout. Archers are moving in, having killed none despite being 6 in number, shooting the farm, and then finally getting a kill. Very good. And then the next wave comes in. We are equal in villager numbers, but of course we are losing the archers here, like majority of these due to some misclicks perhaps. It wasn't that I wasn't trying, I just did the wrong things. But we have had less idle TC time, but we are only now adding the 3rd 1000, so that was the cost that our archer push had, and I don't know if we achieved too much. We are still a bit ahead in resources collected. Their worker efficiency has been quite bad for quite some time now, and they are forced to idle 5 villagers here, whereas these archers here ended up killing 1 villager, now 2 soldiers of course too, but aren't really doing much, like they are not a point of interest. If they moved closer to the farms, then I would be forced to react, so that's my advice here. Now this archer moving in was a very clever thing to do, even though moving this 1 archer in alone didn't achieve too much. But still, every little hit here and there counts. There comes the knight, ready to kill the eagle, and then we should be able to get a villager or two perhaps as well. And now they are a bit behind, not queuing up more villagers, so the idle TC time rises. They have the food to do that, so it's just an omission, I presume. They are not just keeping count. And here comes the skirmisher push, and just like that the archers are dead. 7-1 on the eco kills, but we are losing the position here due to the fact that the eagles do quite well against archers. Who knew? More knight play in play, and now their presence in the we have this defensive thing going on, and that's how the villagers are able to save their lives. Like all those clever ones who move to the right direction. This could have been 3 extra dead villagers, but this knight was really chivalrous and saved them all. Okay, but based on this they were busy trying to manage all the things, so this could have been a quite terrible game for them. Having these idle villages, like this is of course very important too, like 4 idle villagers, they could have been 4 dead villagers, but still having this is better than nothing. And now they punish the knight for his chivalry or chivalry in a fashion that I don't appreciate, but it was life well spent. Here's a knight just looming around and looming about. I think here is the place where they get this chance to get back to the game. They're queuing villagers again, and even if we are 13 villages ahead, it's still just 13 villages, and fighting under the TC means the knights will die, even against eagles. But luckily now that the villagers are sent back to work, they don't have work to do because they were harassed from their previous occupations earlier. And here comes the knight, the eagle raids, and this is like something that they should have done more, I think. Now they have 10 eagles, 5 more on the way. 14 villager difference. We have queued up more, but it's just that they have some long distance coal mining. They haven't still started collecting stone. I don't know how long it's going to take for them to realize that hey, we have all these idle villages here, 9 idle villages. So the knight's memory still lives. There are perhaps a bit of over farming going on, and the eagles are still waiting for something. We are lacking the buildings, they are lacking the food, so that explains the farms. Just rushing to get to the Imperial Age, it seems. Now remember that they had these units. Send all total of 15 forward. Should be able to find some kills. We were cautious that we wouldn't lose too much and send knights back to patrol, but failed a bit there, and therefore they didn't actually participate in the battle too much. Alright, so they only lost 4 eagles and were able to kill 4 villages, and there will be more villages here now that this eagle found the place to hit. But still, like, this is their like go-to point, and we know that it doesn't work because we have no villages there, but like it made sense. But had they have time, and they are also trying to find if there are any monks, any extensions, any, I don't know what's the thought process behind this. Like, these 7 eagles could have killed so many people, because now they are equal in village numbers. So this is the moment where we got them back to the gave them a chance to get back to the game. Idled our town centers and only now queued 11 more villages. Like, we had a solid position, but we gave them this couple of minutes of time to think about what they want to do and achieve in life. And here, just having few more knights, not fighting 1 against 5 or 10, was enough to turn that battle to our advantage. And now they are in a very dire position. Having the barracks, it would make sense to produce pikemen, even if they would need to deck to that, because all we have shown for the last few raids have been cavalry. So like, that's probably because the eagle warriors are so strong, so it makes no sense to we should have tried to stick there for longer, because they were still lacking stone. And we should have tried to focus on that stone too. Okay, but like, because they are able to get to this really strong elite eagle warriors, that's where they decided to focus on. And whereas just having few pikemen or halberdier, eventually if Mayans get that, would have prevented all this raiding. Now these defensive structures help against that, of course, too, but no number of elite eagle warriors is going to save you when fighting against cavalry, even if this is not the best cavalry available in the game. And here we are throwing units under the TC, and we're able to kill 30 or so villagers just like that. Alright, well, pacing of the game needs some practicing and more thinking, and also navigating the important points. Like, here we had this very good raiding knight, but we left 5 villagers alive that should have been dead, since they didn't notice them right away. We knew they didn't have a castle just a while ago, and still we got we threw our army presence away so that they could carry on with the stone mining, so that they could build the castle that gave us, luckily in this case, a sense of urgency. Since they could have produced a few trebuchets, they could have, like, they had enough eco to withheld. They would have had the tools to produce enough pikemen to force us to change to something else. Could have been war wagon. So perhaps they just skipped the inevitable, but still. Alright. Good game and good learning experience again, I would say. Army High 21. Yes. I don't, like, if we are winning, we usually do it quite convincingly. So we are throwing so much of our resources away just to achieve a slight victory. It feels that it will take some more practicing to get past that problem. But here they are quite we are in quite even situation. The thing going for us is the fact that we have the town centers and the resources to produce from the town centers, and we get this technological lead too. Even if we are a bit, well, this wheelbarrow was early one as well, and handcart even they clicked that too. Huh. Perhaps we didn't have too much. Well, gold mining upgrades and some farming upgrades would have saved them some wood. But in any case, we shouldn't have given them a chance to get back to the game. Just Imperial Age and then keep on producing villages, keep on producing army, and build up a force that they can't stop. Not this 3-stable play that we had most of the game. And here the APM tells a story regarding how we were able to get away with the play as we did. Having the knight here, like if you are a bit slower player or are forcing yourself to only have action per second or so, as the limited Viper is doing, then trying to react to all these little annoyances takes very much effort, and that's probably also the reason why they didn't raid right after they produced few units, because it takes attention and there's a risk of just throwing away your units, as has happened to us quite multiple very often times. Alright. Thanks Frostdijon as well, GG. And now we are in a position where we are happily available to sum up the whereabouts of the day. So we indeed did check Zura AOE's clever build, and it gave us more hope for the future arena games. Perhaps we will be able to beat on that map someone, someday, eventually. We played a few games. We have focused on not wasting units left and right from the start, but still we have the problem of wasting units while we think we have the game, and then that might end up hurting us just few minutes later. Spend resources would make sense. Analyze the game as we go and rejoice and make and keep friends along the way. At least we had chances to do that. So this day was good. Could skirmishes be the play here? That we have thought quite so often. Respect castle drops and produce them yourselves. Yes. Knights beat eagles. Yes. Investing to quality. Focus on army number. No, well, not too much. Not all the time. And booming with numbers sometimes. And game sense could still use some practicing, but it's getting there. Alright. Thereby I thank you all for your attention, people of past, present and future, and hope you have a really enjoyable life ahead of you. And if it has been enjoyable so far, then that's all the better. Take care and see you around. Bye bye.